about, right? Wrong. When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world.
Good morning, everyone. You'll be now witnessing the arrival of our guest. So I cordially request the audience to stand up as we witness the arrival of our dignitaries. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful day to celebrate knowledge, innovation, and unity.
And a very warm welcome to the 39th International CA Student Conference 2025.
And I think we owe some introductions. Standing next to me, I'm honored to share the stage with one of the well-known speakers at CA Sri Lanka, a dynamic leader, a passionate communicator, Praveen Ratnasinghe. He's a seasoned digital marketing professional, having over 6 years of experience in both agency and startup environments. He currently serves as an e-commerce paid search specialist at WebLife Labs, the Sri Lankan division of the global e-commerce company WebLife. Praveen's expertise encompasses digital marketing, data analytics, AI, and finance. He is a graduate from Sri Lanka Institute of Information Technology. Beyond his professional endeavors, he served as the president of Association of Gavel Club of Sri Lanka, president of Slit Gavel Club, and president of CS Sri Lanka Gavel Club. And join me in welcoming my co-host, Praveen Ratnasinghe.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. And it is now my pleasure to introduce my co-host, Nimaya Malimbade. She currently serves as a data analyst senior at Ernst & Young, and her career began at EY as an audit associate. Her passion for analytics led her to the transition into her current role, where she contributes to the firm's data analytics initiatives. Academically, she is pursuing a Bachelor's of Science in Applied Accounting at the School of Accounting and Business, affiliated with Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. Her commitment to the profession developed is evident through her active involvement in CA Sri Lanka Gavel Club, where she serves as the current president, fostering public speaking and leadership skills among the peers. She also has a lot of dedication to the field, as she is into accounting and finance, which has been recognized internationally. She was awarded the Best Paper Presenter title at the International Conference of CA Students organized by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India for her insightful presentation on the role of AI and detecting financial fraud. Ladies and gentlemen, Nimaya Malimbade.
Thank you, Praveen. And let's kick off this event by inviting the dignitaries to light the traditional oil lamp, a symbol of wisdom, hope, and new beginnings.
In order to begin, we would like to cordially invite the following dignitaries. Mr. Heshana Kurupu, our chief guest and president of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Tishan Subasinghe, vice president of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Tivanka Jayasinghe, council member of CA Sri Lanka and advisor of 39th International CA Students Conference. Patron of CA Student Society, Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksa.
Mr. Chamra Aberatna, the council member of CA Sri Lanka. Ms. Lakmali Priyangika, chief executive officer of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Ashwin Jayasekara, council member of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Saman Srilal, council member of CA Sri Lanka. Miss Shamila Kure, council member of CA Sri Lanka.
Ms. Anuji D. Silva, council member of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Sanjay Bandara, past president of CA Sri Lanka. Mr. Chulanta Vikramaratna, Professor Atula Manavaduge, Mr. Laknath Jayavikrama.
Mr. Jayanta Piris. Mr. Pushpika Janadira, Ms. Chandima Dilrukshi, Mr. Chatura Aryadasa, Mr. Nuwan Vithanage, Mr. Sachiru Dayananda.
And the following student representative, Ms. Rukaya Hamid, President CA Student Society, Mr. Sishan Aswa, Vice President CA Student Society, Mr. Rushid Dilanta, Vice President CA Student Society, Mr. Tilna Pinsara, General Secretary CA Student Society, and Mr. Fran Tikshana, Education Secretary. If you can kindly head towards the oil lamp, we can begin the ceremony. Thank you.
Can we also have Miss Nishani Pereira also? And also we would like to have 2 representatives from our foreign delegates.
and gentlemen, appreciate if you can all remain standing for the national anthem.
Sri Lanka Mata, Appa Sri Lanka, Namo 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 Mata. Sundara Sivarani, Surani Ati Sundamana Lanka. Raya Dhalaya Nikaman Vala Guru Piri Jaya Puriya Lanka. Apna Santa Siri Santa Sadhana, Jeevan Ye Mahata. Danu Mena Apna Bhakti Puja, Namo Namo Mahata. Apna Sri Lanka, Namo 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 Mahata. Upave Apavidya, Upamaya Apasatya, Upave Apashanti, Apahad Tulabhanti, Upa Aloke, Apage Anuprani, Upa Jeevanave, Apa Muktiya Upave, Nava Jeevana Denini, Nitina Apa Kubudu Karan Mata. Jnana Veera Vadavami Naragina Yanu Mena Jaya Mudikara. Ekmavaka Dedaru Kalabavina, Yamu Yamu Vinopama. Prema Vada Samaveda Durala, Namo Namo Mahata. Apna Sri Lanka, Namo 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 Mahata.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated.
As we ignite the flame of new beginnings and light the path toward transformation, it is with great pride that we share you with a special message from the Honorable Prime Minister of Sri Lanka, Dr. Harini Amarasuriya.
The Prime Minister extends her warmest greeting to CA Student Society of Sri Lanka and all its participants of 39th International CA Students Conference. She commends this gathering where, in her words, I commend the CA Student Society for creating this platform that empowers young minds to rise to the challenge of tomorrow.
She highlights the theme of the conference, Transform Mindset, Transcend Boundaries, emphasizing the importance of not just embracing new technologies, but reimagining our entire approach to challenge and opportunities.
May these words inspire each of us today as we step into the future of possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the screen. Once your mindset changes, everything on the outside will change along with it. Steve Maraboli.
You must learn a new way to think before you can master a new way to be. Marianne Williamson.
This morning is not just about a beginning, it's a spark.
A spark that will ignite ideas, challenge assumptions, and fuel your evolution.
You are not just a part of an audience today.
You're part of a movement towards transformation.
One-time act. It's a continuous journey.
Every session, every voice, every story today is a stepping stone across the boundaries we thought we had.
From tradition to innovation, from insight to action, and from comfort zone to edge of growth.
As we journey through the rest of this powerful day, we will be right here with you.
We are your MCs for this transformative experience.
Let's take the momentum forward. Let's challenge the norm. Let's rise above the limits. Because together,
We transcend.
Not just a conference.
A movement of minds.
A platform to challenge, create, and elevate.
where transformation becomes our tradition.
Welcome to the
39th
39th
International
CA Students Conference 2025.
Where we transform mindsets to transcend boundaries.
We stand at the edge of a world in motion. A world redefined by algorithms, powered by data, and connected like never before. From steam to silicon, from wires to wireless, each industrial revolution changed the course of humanity. But for South Asia, the story was always different. We watched, we waited, we rose. Today, the fourth industrial revolution knocks at our door. AI, automation, big data, not as distant technologies, but as tools of transformation. Now, we don't just adapt, we lead. This year, the 39th International CA Students Conference brings together the boldest minds, the newest ideas, and the most critical conversations of our time. We explore how to embrace change, how to stay resilient, how to dream beyond boundaries. It's not just about technology, it's about mindset. A mindset that dares to challenge convention. A mindset that transforms. A mindset that transcends boundaries. Transcend boundaries.
Shall we once again hear for our theme, Transform mindset, transcend boundaries.
And now, to officially open CA Student Conference 2025, we have with us the President of CA Student Society, Ms. Ruqayya Hamid.
Ruqayya Hamid is a dedicated and ambitious corporate level student currently pursuing chartered accountancy at the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. She is attached to Deloitte Sri Lanka, where she is gaining valuable hands-on experience in auditing, finance and advisory services, building a strong foundation for her future career in the accounting profession.
Ruqayya's commitment to excellence and leadership extends beyond her academic and professional pursuits. She proudly represented Sri Lanka on the international stage as a student panelist in the International CA Student Conference held in Pakistan, where she shared insights and experiences with fellow aspiring professionals around the globe.
With her passion for continuous learning, a strong work ethic, and a deep-rooted drive to contribute meaningfully to the accounting field, Ruqayya Hamid is well known on her path to becoming a distinguished professional. She aspires to make a significant impact in the corporate world, both locally and internationally. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in welcoming the President of CA Student Society, Ruqayya Hamid.
A very good morning, everyone. Imagine a moment when the world feels alive with possibilities. A moment when energy, ideas, and ambition collide. When young minds from all corners of the globe come together, not just to learn, but to create, to inspire, and to shape the future. That moment is today. I would like to warmly welcome all of you to the 39th International CA Students Conference. It is truly an honor to stand before a room filled with future leaders, change makers, and visionaries. Today is not just another day. It is a celebration of hard work, resilience, and shared dreams. As we gather here, it's important to remember the journey that brought us here. A moment, a journey filled with dedication, challenges overcome, and late night spent striving for excellence. And yet, despite it all, we've arrived stronger, wiser, and more driven than ever before. This conference is more than an event. It is a milestone, a beacon of what we've achieved and what we still aim to become. It stands for collaboration across borders, learning without limits, and a community without walls. It's about breaking barriers, forging lifelong connections, and making an impact, one that will echo through generations. We are honored to have with us some inspiring leaders and visionaries, individuals who have paved the way with their passion, wisdom, and leadership. Our chief guest, Mr. Heshana Kuruppu, the President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Tishan Subasinghe, the Vice President of CA Sri Lanka, Mr. Sujeeva Rajapaksa, the Patron of the CA Student Society, Mr. Thivanga Jayasinghe, the Conference Advisor, Ms. Lakmali Priyangika, CEO of CA Sri Lanka, our esteemed council members, distinguished guests, and CA staff members. Your presence here truly elevates this event and inspires every student in this room. A very special and heartfelt welcome goes to the SAFA delegates who have traveled across from the South Asian region to be here with us. Your presence is a reminder that leadership has no borders and that the spirit of unity and cooperation transcends nationality and culture. To all the students present today, remember that this conference is not only about listening and observing, but also engaging, participating, and contributing. Use this space to exchange ideas, to ask bold questions, to network without fear, and to embrace new perceptions. This is a platform built by students for students, and it is a reflection of what we are capable of achieving with a purpose. So, as we begin today, let's not just take this day as another conference. Let's see it as a beginning of something greater, an opportunity to spark inspiration, to stretch our minds, to lift each other up, and to step boldly into the future we are all here to build. Let this day be filled with ideas that moves us, voices that challenges us, and moments that will stay long with us even after this conference ends. Thank you all for being here, and I'm truly excited to embark on this incredible journey with each and every one of you. Let's make this extraordinary, and let's make this unforgettable. Thank you.
Thank you, Rukaya, for the warmest welcome and kick things off intellectually. To kick things off intellectually, we begin with our first keynote speaker, a financial visionary and the current president of Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka, Mr. Heshana Kuruppu.
The president of CS Sri Lanka and the group finance director of David Peters Holdings Private Limited, Mr. Heshana Kuruppu holds an MBA in Banking and Finance, an MA in Financial Economics, and Bachelor of Science in Accounting Special First Class from the University of Sri Jawadarapura. He is also a qualified ACMA with over 2 decades of experience in the corporate and regulatory sectors. Mr. Heshana Kuruppu has made significant contributions both nationally and internationally.
He served as the president of South Asian Federation of Accountants in 2024 after being the vice president in 2023. He also played an influential role as the chairman of the Committee for Improvement in Transparency, Accountability and Governance at SAFA. His leadership at CS Sri Lanka has been instrumental, having chaired numerous important committees, including the CPD Committee, National Conference Committee, and the Digitization Committee.
Mr. Heshana Kuruppu has also contributed as a member of the Board of Management of Subcampus and the Securities and Exchange Commission of Sri Lanka. Currently, he serves as a board member at David Peters Holdings, where he oversees a diverse range of industries, including automotive, finance, IT, and electronics. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the President of CS Sri Lanka, Mr. Heshana Kuruppu.
Vice President Tishan Subasinghe, members of the Council, Patron Past President Mr. Sujiwa Rajapaksa, CEO Lakmali Priyangika, CA Student Society President Rukaya and all the EXCO members, delegates from Bangladesh, India, Pakistan and Nepal, all the other resource persons, speakers, panelists, staff of CS Sri Lanka, my dear students, and all the other ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. On behalf of CS Sri Lanka, I would like to warmly welcome all the delegates from Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan. I think I mentioned 4 countries, right? No? India, Bangladesh, Nepal, Pakistan, yes. Despite some of the sentiments at this moment, good to see all these countries coming here to Sri Lanka, and we welcome all of you. And it's an honor and privilege to be here on the 39th International CS Student Conference. And I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate CS Student Society for putting this magnificent conference today. And we can see how they have elevated the conference. Rukaya and the team, well done. And we are definitely going to see remarkable discussions and thought-provoking panel discussions during the day. And again, warm welcome to all the delegates from SAFA. I think your theme today, transform mindset, transcend boundaries, is more, I think, in line with some of the technological advancements happening in the world. So these advancements are reshaping every industry and redefining the role of a finance professional. When it comes to CA Sri Lanka and chartered accountants, it is not just witnessing this transformation, and we are also trying to see at our heart how we adapt to these changes and empower our students and members. So I again welcome and appreciate CA Student Society for selecting this timely topic. As you know, CA Sri Lanka introduced groundbreaking syllabus in last February under the theme Envisioning the 2030s CA. So we actually launched it in 2025, and there will be a 5-year period to produce our chartered accountant Envisioning 2030, because these technological advancements, we have to have a foresight and see how the world is going to unravel and how the accountant's role is going to change. So that is why Envisioning the 2030s CA was our theme. So it was launched in February, as I mentioned, and we had several discussions with industry stakeholders, other partners, to align our syllabus curriculum with global trends and meet those industry standards. So we have looked into 4 key skill sets that a future chartered accountant will require. Integrating these 4 skills into the syllabus has been a key priority. Those 4 skills are core technical skills, enabling skills, power skills, and integrity skills. Technical skills, I don't have to mention, you know the general technical skills into financial accounting, management accounting, finance, business environment, law, tax, all that. But what is specialized here is the enabling skills. What are the enabling skills? If I put it in simple terms, A, B, C, D, ESG. Artificial intelligence, blockchain, cybersecurity, data analytics, environment, social, and governance aspects have been inculcated and integrated into the syllabus. It is not a separate pillar. Through our syllabus itself, we are going to test those areas, including capstone modules. Then power skills to do with communication, leadership, problem solving, business acumen, and people skill. Finally, interpersonal skills to do with ethical leadership, professional judgment, and role of public interest. So all these have been inculcated, inbuilt into the syllabus and our learning modules. I'm happy to say this time syllabus is not a tweaking. It is almost 30 to 40% new areas, and we as institute also has a challenge because there are new technological advancements that we have built in now to see how we incorporate these in our training modules and other modules that we introduce. And we are ready to phase it, and within next few months we will come up with the rollout plan for all these areas. And the core promise of a chartered accountant, and currently as well as future, we believe there are 3 key areas a chartered accountant, or for that matter any professional accountant, has to play. 1, a person has to be trusted. 2, strategic. 3, a storyteller. I'll go into more detail. What do you mean by a trusted person? What is the purpose of being strategic? And why do you say a good finance person has to be a storyteller? What is trust? In simple terms, it is about integrity and credibility. I would like to explain this concept with an equation. This was introduced by David, Charles, and Robert, which helps us to understand the equation for trust. They say trustworthiness is equivalent to credibility plus reliability plus intimacy divided by self-interest. What do you mean by credibility? Simply, this is because we are trusted by, if you are in professional accountant in practice, you are trusted by your client. If you are a professional accountant in business, you are trusted by your employer. So your trust is with another party. So that is why credibility matters. Credibility is, if it is an employer or client, they want to see whether my accountant has the ability of delivering what they are talking. Do they know what they are talking about? Reliability is simply, can I depend on them to deliver on their promise? Intimacy is, do I feel safe sharing my information with them? So those are three areas: numerator, credibility, reliability, and intimacy, divided by self-orientation. Are they really focusing on their own interest or interest of the organization or the client? So when you take that formula, what it says is trust increases with every increase in credibility, reliability, and intimacy, and every decrease in self-interest. So I'm sure you will keep that in mind, because you all are going to be young minds joining this profession. One key aspect is keeping that trust. Working towards your client, working towards your employer, irrespective of your personal interest, and safeguarding those key three features: intimacy, credibility, and reliability. Then come to strategic. A professional accountant has to play 4 key roles: a value reporter, value enabler, value preserver, and value creator. So I'll go by first 2 roles, value reporter and value preserver. In industry, most of us feel accountant has to be a value reporter. That is, you take numbers, record numbers, and present it to the management. Second is value preserver, to do with more into governance, controls, risk management aspect. Many fields, their role is only in these 2 areas. Sometimes even employers feel accountants' role is value reporting and value preserving. But the accountant future requires more broader roles relating to value enabler and value creator. This is where our question of AI comes in, because this conference also talks about technology. We always hear, even yesterday at one of the regulators' meeting, one senior government officer asked me, with these technological advancements happening, does that mean accountants are going to lose their jobs? She herself is an accountant. And this question we get very often. And young minds like you all must be having this question, and sometimes those who don't know about the role of an accountant might say in public forums, accountants are going to lose their jobs. And we have seen World Economic Forum has published a research report, I think last January or February, which identifies skills threatened, professions threatened. Accounting and bookkeeping is one of them. So obviously, world is also saying accountants are going to lose their jobs. What do you think? Are we going to lose our jobs? Yes. If an accountant is playing the role of value reporter, obviously that has already been replaced by technology. Automation has taken it over, not artificial intelligence, even before robotic process automation and some of the other advancements took over that role. Value preserver, to a certain extent, there is outsourcing that happens. Audit functions, several other, I'm talking about internal audit and risk management, there is outsourcing, so some part of that role has been taken over by others. But when it comes to the latter 2 roles, value enabler and value creator, I don't think those can be easily replaced by machines or technology. Why I say that? What do you mean by value creator? It is to do with business, growth, strategy, transformation. A finance person is not a traditional accountant anymore. They are the ones who drive decisions at the boardroom. They are the ones who direct businesses with regard to strategic moves. They are the ones who come up with transformative ideas to transform business digitally. So that strategic input is coming from the finance person, because finance person has, no one else has that 360 overview of the business. Then value enabler is again to do with how do you provide information. I'm linking this to the storyteller part. How do you provide information, narratives in a way that business understand? I use it 3 I's here. People come up with information. Anyone can come up with information. What matters is whether you provide insight and beyond insight, whether we are capable of providing influence. So those are three I's of a value enabler. You provide information, for example, simply information is providing age analysis of your stocks and giving 30, 60, 90 days details. That is a typical information anyone can provide. How do you make it more insightful? Go to 60, 90 days or 90 and above, go into detail and say, this has not moved over the last several years. If the current trend continues, this is going to have another 4 years, 5 years period to dispose. Just provisioning and reporting is not enough. You have to provide that insight. How do you influence then? Go to the boardroom or your senior management and say, if you continue these 4 years, there's going to be working capital tied up. Why not we offer a discount and finish it off within next 1 year? That is influence. And you make sure that happens. So if a finance person plays these roles, I don't think AI or any technology can take over those two roles I mentioned. So they don't have any fear. You have to be having a fear if you don't know AI. People do not lose jobs to AI, but they lose jobs to people who know AI. You must learn about AI before AI learns about you. So my message is learn how to be strategic, how to play that value enabler and value creator role. One more point I would like to highlight why technology is not going to replace accountants. I don't know how many of you know that accounting is a social profession. What do you mean by a social profession? Because it involves interactions with various stakeholders, impact organizational behaviors, not only organizations but national interest. So it is not about just technical skills, it is about interpersonal and relationships. So when a profession is a social profession, when you are interacting with humans, that role cannot be replaced or substituted by technology. So that's another point you need to keep in mind. I'm highlighting these points because there is this ambiguity, there is this doubt whether our profession is going to have impact. No, with these technologies, we are going to have more opportunities. So my last message is embrace these opportunities. All these challenges that we take it as an opportunity to improve. Be a leader, combine technological excellence with human empathy. Uphold ethical grounds, don't compromise your trust factor. The future is not a destination. It is a journey of collaboration and innovation. Once again, thank you very much and wish all of you a fruitful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that powerful message on embracing innovation while staying grounded in financial prudence.
To present a token of appreciation, may I invite the President of CA Student Society, Ruqayya Hamid, to the stage.
So, can we kindly have you on stage to extend our heartfelt token of appreciation? Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to warmly welcome some of the most esteemed leaders of CA Sri Lanka to extend a heartfelt token of appreciation.
First, please join us in welcoming Mr. Tishan Subasinghe, the Vice President of CA Sri Lanka, to the stage.
May we now invite Vice President Rushik to kindly present the token of appreciation to Mr. Tishan Subasinghe. Encourage our audience to keep giving applause.
Next, let's warmly welcome Ms. Lakmal Priyangika, CEO of CA Sri Lanka.
May we now invite Vice President Thilina Pinsara to kindly present the token of appreciation to the CEO of CA Sri Lanka, Ms. Lakmali Priyangika. Audience, I would highly appreciate if you could keep giving applause. Thank you, Madam and Thilina.
Thank you, our distinguished guests and the presenters, for adding such warmth to our prestigious event.
It is now time to hear from the patron of CA Sri Lanka Student Society.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksa to the stage.
President CA Sri Lanka, our friend Heshana. Vice President, again friend, all our friends basically. Tishan. President Student Society Rukaya. And Conference Chair Fryan. We have forgotten him, I don't know where he is. Must be very busy. And CSL Council members. CEO Lakmali. Lakmali, am I right? Sorry. And other speakers, if they are here, present here, and all the other distinguished invitees, and EXCO members of Student Society, and especially friends who are here all the way from 4 countries, and ladies and gentlemen, dear students, again distinguished guests, and fellow professionals. Good morning to each one of you. Good morning. I was a little nervous whether you have not had your breakfast. Heshan, I think he gave a fantastic speech, I must tell you. I think my prepared speech also based on that. Thank you very much for setting the tone, especially for the whole day. That's important. Transform mindset, transcend boundaries, which is very important, especially for chartered accountants. I think I consider this as a great privilege for each one of you to listen to the presenters and make sure that you are going to get out from your mindset of just number crunching people, which is very important. In an era marked by rapid technological advances and advancements and shifting economic landscapes, the ability to transform our mindset is absolutely important and paramount. Consider the story of a young chartered accountant or young accountant who once viewed their role as merely number crunching. However, upon embracing a mindset of curiosity and innovation, they began to explore data analytics. By learning how to interpret complex data sets, this accountant transformed their career, moving from traditional accounting to becoming a strategic advisor. That's what our president said, strategic advisor for businesses. This shift not only enhanced their value, but also propelled their organization forward in a competitive market. Similarly, think about the challenges we face today. Climate changes, economic inequality, and digital disruption, plus geopolitical conflicts, and many more, my friends. These are not just external challenges. They require us to think our role as accountants and business advisors. We must ask ourselves, how can we contribute to sustainable practices? How can we advise businesses on ethical financial strategies? By transforming our mindset, we can become catalysts for change, helping organizations to navigate these complexities with integrity and foresight. Now let's talk about transcending boundaries. In our profession, boundary is often mindset, and it manifests as silos between departments, industries, and even geographical locations. But the most innovative solution arise when they break down these barriers. Take, for instance, the rise of remote work. We all have been experiencing this. Accountants around the globe have collaborated seamlessly, sharing insights and strategies that transcend borders. This has led to a richer understanding of global markets and diverse business practices. I encourage you to seek always diverse perspectives. Engage with professionals from different backgrounds, not engage with your own chartered accountants, and different industries and cultures. Attend conferences, participate in workshops, and network beyond traditional confines. President was talking about the importance of network. I am very happy and glad that you all have changed, I think, your syllabi into various practical aspects. And one is, I think, network and soft skill, which is very important, is soft skills, which I believe that you must be having other than so many skills. Where the soft skills include, there are many aspects in the soft skills, which is very important. The more you expose yourself to varied viewpoints, the more equipped you will be navigate and lead in the VUCA world. I believe, ladies and gentlemen, you know what VUCA world is. Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. I think we all 4 countries or 5 countries, those who are here, I'm sure that we are facing these, the all 4 challenges, which is very important. Moreover, consider the importance of technology in transcending boundaries. The advent of cloud computing and AI has revolutionized our profession, enabling real-time collaboration. It's a real-time collaboration and data sharing. Embrace these tools not as mere conveniences, but as gateways to innovation. By harnessing technology, you cannot only enhance your own capabilities, but also drive your organizations towards greater efficiency and effectiveness. Considering the importance of cross-border teamwork in a globalized economy, companies today operate in multiple jurisdictions, and the ability to understand diverse regulations and practices is invaluable. For instance, the rise of remote work has led teams from different continents to collaborate seamlessly. A successful project in such an environment might involve accountants, not only for your home country, but for other nations as well. And also as we learn different regulated frameworks as well. By embracing this diversity, you transcend not just physical boundaries, but also the boundaries of thought and practices. It has become clear that business case, inverted commas, business case approach is no longer fully effective. It's time to transform our thinking from business case to value cases. That's what I said. President was touching about the value, creation value, which is very important. Initiatives that address the ESG agenda are necessary for the organizations, but cannot always be measured in traditional financial terms. Our thinking needs to move towards value and broader sets of evaluate measures. Looking at from my side, I must tell you, being a very senior chartered accountant, ladies and gentlemen, I have gone beyond these 4, transform mindsets and transcend boundaries. I never wanted to become a just number crunching and just typical chartered accountant. I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to challenge many things. Just one example. 5 years ago, I have been asked to take up one of the largest commercial banks in this country as the chairman. I never said no. I did it. Since I took over about 1 month, I think I took over on 5th of January 2020, COVID hit Sri Lanka on 15th of March 2020. Since then, I have been grappling with many challenges with my team. Many challenges. It was so difficult, unbelievable, had enough sleepless nights because one way COVID, countries closed down, and you can imagine one of the largest banks, and I took over when it was, the balance sheet was 2.3 trillion rupees or 2.5 trillion rupees with about 12 million customers. But then in the meantime, credit rating was going down like nothing because of the country credit rating, many things. And our lenders were immediately, within overnight, they wanted to stop our facilities. These are not lakhs, these are in millions and millions of dollars. But we, I don't say I, we as, of course, you know, the tone at the top is important. We as a team, we overcame all the obstacles, all the difficulties. We went and met, you know, the chairman and CEOs of major banks in the world. And then finally, and in the meantime, we had issue about the dollars, and we didn't have dollars to open LCs and many things. And then every stakeholder was interested in the bank, including unions. But so we had to, you know, we drove the place, and then finally we ended up with, when I left, we ended up with 3.3 trillion balance sheet and 18 million customers out of 22.5 million in this country, with many more things. So that is the typical, if I had been a typical chartered accountant, I don't think that I would have been able to do all these things. So therefore, make sure that you have entrepreneurial mindset, which is very important. Otherwise, don't try to, this is my humble advice, don't try to become just another accountant. Typical, of course, you know, that all depends on how you look at. But we never want to have it because we want to become a shining star, which is very important. I think my time is almost over. Thank you very much, Ruka and the team. Thank you. I think you all have done a wonderful job. As President said, I think you all have risen the bar, which is very important, and meets of many challenges. I think those who are working in the firms of chartered accountant, you have your targets to complete, audits, and others also will have, but you all have done a wonderful job. And I'm sure that, you know, this will certainly continue with the same momentum with all the other people. Especially, you know, the students who have come here all the way from 4 countries, and please make sure that, you know, enjoy our hospitality, warm hospitality, and go out and see how Sri Lanka is. Sri Lanka is one of the beautiful countries, like your country as well. Collaboration is very important. Please meet Indian people with Pakistan people and vice versa, and then Nepal, Bangladesh, and have a great dialogue, I think, for the betterment of our future. Once again, thank you, and also have a great day ahead of us. Thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you so much, sir, for your excellent insights and educating our students.
So can we also request you to be on stage as we present the token of appreciation, and I kindly invite Vice President Shizan Aswar on stage to escort our patron of CA Student Society, Mr. Sujiva Rajapaksha. Gentlemen, it is now time to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, a true pioneer in the world of technology and telecommunications, Mr. Asanga Ranasinghe, the Chief Technology and Information Officer at Hutch, Sri Lanka.
Mr. Ranasinghe leads the company's technology strategy, driving digital transformation and innovation across the telecommunications sector. His leadership has been pivotal in modernizing Hutch's technology infrastructure, enhancing customer experience, and optimizing network operations.
Mr. Ranasinghe holds a Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical and Computer Systems from Monash University, Australia, with a career spanning over 2 decades. He has masterfully blended technical innovation with business strategy, guiding Hutch to a new heights.
Known for his visionary leadership and data-driven approach, Mr. Ranasinghe continues to shape the future of Sri Lanka's telecommunication industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a warm round of applause and welcome Mr. Asanga Ranasinghe to deliver his keynote address.
Do you have handle mic? Good morning. I feel out of place. Distinguished invitees, delegates from our neighboring countries, and members of the student body. Like I said, I feel out of place. I think I'm the only one who is with a technical background among all the accountants, right? So, you know, as a CTO or a CIO, my main challenge is convincing the CFO to give me the money so I can deploy the technology, right? So after my presentation, maybe our student members would start thinking, okay, why we should invest in technology. So I would cover basically, you know, Industrial Revolution 4 and how we are moving into 5. This is more of technical aspect, but I would try to impart the practical knowledge that I have gained over the time in this sense, right? When you talk about Industrial Revolution 4 and 5, there are two key aspects that we need to touch upon as well. That is the connectivity. If you don't have information highway, you cannot do the transformation that you are looking to do with this Industrial 4 and 5. The second thing is artificial intelligence. I would try to be as much as less technical so you all can understand. The other thing is, like I said, you know, it's very, you know, when you try to convince your board or your senior members how to invest in technology, in my case, I look at 3 parameters. The first one is, if you are investing in technology, you need to improve your efficiency in your operation. That's the first key parameter. Second thing is, you need to reduce your cost. The third one is obviously, you need to enhance your revenue. If you don't do that, then this industrial revolution or whatever the investment that you are doing into, you know, achieve that is useless. So that is the bottom line for me when we are talking about investment in all these technologies and moving ahead. Then there are three words that we use very leisurely, but I don't know how many of you really understand the value of this word. The first one is digitization. That is basically, you are putting whatever you have it in your hard copies or anything, you are converting into digital and storing it somewhere. Digitization. Nothing to do with transformation. You just scan it or you record it or whatever, do it, and you just store it somewhere so you can later refer to it. Then the second verse is digitalization. This is where we all come into the place. That is basically what we are trying to do. You are trying to use technology to convert your existing processes. You are not doing anything advanced. You are just using technology to convert your existing processes into digitalization. Right? With that, you might be able to enhance the efficiency as well. Then finally, digital transformation. That is where this Industry 4 and Industry 5 revolution comes in. That is basically, using the technology, you change the way that you are doing things. Okay? So digitization, digitalization, and then digital transformation. I'm just using this slide just as a guide, okay? Right, history of the Industrial Revolution. The first one happened 1770, that is mechanization. You basically start using steam, the water power, to improve your efficiency. Then after 100 years came the electrification. That's the next leap. Right? So with this, you enhance your efficiency. The best case is the 4T model. I think we have studied that. The production line. Earlier, it took almost 12 hours to 18 hours to build one car, but it was brought down to 93 minutes by this using electricity and the production line. Then came the automation in 1917. That's also after another 100 years. Look at these gaps. The first one, between the second one, 100 years. Then second one to third one, another 100 years. So in 1917, we started using electronics and computers to automate things. And if you want me to refer one invention, that's the programmable logic controllers. So you can start automating your production lines. Then in between, we say 3.5 globalization, where you basically you outsource your production into other countries, low-cost countries, which is President Trump is trying to revert back, right? Then early 2000s came the digitalization. Digitalization is two main parameters. One is connectivity. You connect everything together, you collect data, you analyze, and then you make informed decisions. Right? Now, we are in the fourth revolution, moving into Industrial Revolution 5. Right? Industrial Revolution 4 is more about enhancing the efficiency, the machines. But Industrial Revolution 5 is more human-centric. We forgot about, the human touch during the Industrial Revolution 4. Actually, there are factories today, dark factories. There is no human. Lights off, it just keeps running 24 hours. Right? But with 5, we are trying to move away from that and introduce the human aspect of digitization into this. Right. Industry 4, we call smart factories or cyber and physical world. So the main focus is you are using connectivity, you are collecting data, right? Then you automate and you enhance the efficiency. The key technologies that we use is Internet of Things, lately Industrial Internet of Things, then the buzzword, artificial intelligence, machine language. I would come to this later in my presentation. I want to cover this the connectivity of the Internet Things and artificial intelligence. Then obviously the big data. Without the big data analysis, you cannot do the artificial intelligence, right? Then cloud computing. When you have a lot of data to process, you need a lot of computing power. So that's why cloud computing is important. In cloud computing, you can do 2 things. One is you can scale up vertically, you can scale horizontally, depending on your workload. But if you had the computer system in your premises or on-prem, you would keep investing capex. You know the word capex, capital expenditure, every year to expand this. But in case of cloud computing, the advantage that you are having is you can scale up. When you are not using it, you can scale down, so you don't have to pay. Scale horizontally. When you are not using, you don't have to pay. So Industry 4 is projected to reach $1 trillion by 2027. So what are the key technologies that we need for Industry 4? Internet of Things, 75 billion, reaching 76 billion in this year. These are little, not like, your smartphones, where you do the browsing and, a lot of data is consumed. These are little, sensors you install in your fridge, in your car. It can be anywhere, millions of them, but they keep feeding data. So you can collect this data, you can analyze and make informed decisions. Then the cloud computing, I already explained why cloud computing is very important. Artificial intelligence. I would come to this. This word is being used very leisurely everywhere, AI and ML. But I want to give a perspective where we are on AI and ML. Then the big data analytics. If you collect data, you need to analyze that. So that last 3-4 years has been, if you are a data engineer, you were in very high demand. And finally, the manufacturing, basically printing. Instead of, manufacturing things, you use, 3D printing. Right? So those are the key technologies in Industry 4. I would compare this, Industry 4 and Industry 5, how it differs later. Right. Industry 5. Like I said, Industry 4, we forgot about the human aspects. We are trying to enhance the efficiency, but now with Industry 5, we want to bring the human aspect into this revolution. Instead of pushing the people away, we want the machine and human to work together. Right? So the main focus areas is personalized product. So it would be customized to your requirement rather than doing a mass scale production. You will have unique, if you buy a car, it will be unique to you. Right? So you can do it like that. Then we look at sustainability. This is a big question mark right now because we are running out of resources in the world. So sustainability have to come into the picture. Then the human-centric design. We need to bring the human factor into it. So like robots and the humans will be working side by side. Then the resilience. No matter what, how many, redundancies that you plan, always there is somewhere to be failed. So we want to get rid of that with Industry 5. Then finally, when you have the AI, ML, machines come into the picture, we need to think about the ethical or the legal aspect of this transformation as well. Right, what do we bring in with Industry 5? Human-machine interface. Right now, the way that we communicate with the machine is, it's more of command-based, but we want machine to kind of work with us and understand what is our requirement, and so that interface has to be built. Still, we are not there. So we can easily work with machine. If a machine is working next to you, you cannot keep giving commands, right? So basically it has to understand what we want, our body language and things like that. Then the advanced robotics will come into this picture. Robots collaborating with you, working side by with you. And then the robots which you can wear. It will give you the strength or the flexibility, so we can do more things than as a human. Then the augmented reality. You know what is virtual reality, right? You put that glasses on, it takes you to a different world. But the augmented reality is you wear a headset, you will see the real world, but it will feed you information, so you can use that information to make informed decisions. Say you are driving a car, you will see in that screen, okay, there's a car coming from your left side. You better be careful. So that real-time information is fed to you. So that is the augmented reality. Then the sustainable manufacturing, like we discussed earlier, how to reduce the waste. Right, what are we going to achieve with Industry 4 and 5? Agility. We should be able to respond to the changing world, how we do it. Whatever the scenarios, we should be able to change and adapt. Then the better decision making. We have been, like Industry Revolution 4 is about better decision making. You collect data, you analyze, then you make a decision. Cost reduction. With this, we would be able to reduce cost by almost 15%, maybe more than that. Productivity increase. Finally, efficiency. Like I said in the beginning, when we are investing in technology, these things has to be met. Efficiency improvements, cost reduction, and the revenue enhancement. So this is what we are trying to achieve with Industry 4 and 5 revolution. Comparing Industry 4 and 5. Industry 4, the focus is automation. But with Industry 5, we understood the mistakes that we did. We cannot keep the human factor away from this production line, the Industry 4. So we want to bring in the human-machine collaboration. Right? We were looking at efficiency and productivity. At any cost, we were trying to reduce cost and enhance our revenue. No, in Industry 5, we are thinking about the human aspect as well. Not only efficiency and productivity. So the key differentiator is AI is driven on data, Industry 4, and this one we are looking at machine and human working together. So these are the differentiations between the Industry 4 and 5. Okay, barriers for adaptation of Industry 4 and 5. Investment, like I said, we have to convince the CFOs and the boards that we need money to do this. Usually the upfront cost is very high. Like in case of Sri Lanka, this is one of the biggest barriers to invest in technology. The workforce, whether we have the capabilities to manage this kind of technologies. So you need to start training our workforce to adapt to this. Then obviously when you put data on system, on the cloud, then the cyber security come into the system. The other thing is the legacy systems are all there. You are bringing in a new system. Then how does this new system and the old system talk to each other, the integration? These are real-time, the real-world issues. Then obviously, the resistance from the workforce for change. I'll give you one example of this. Our Indian colleagues are here. I don't know how true this is, but this is what I heard, okay? My brother is working in India. And when because India has gone ahead with a lot of the transformation. Everything is basically online now, right? So when they tried to introduce this system into the government sector of India, these the workers, they were very resistant of adapting this introduction. Because when you do manually, you can manipulate things. If you want to jump the queue, if you have a friend who want to push to the front, you can push the paper to the front, right? But when you digitize, then it goes, there's no human interaction. It goes quietly one after another, right? So then what the Indian government decided to do is they introduced the manual changes at each and every point of this point. So the people felt that they are important, right? So they can do the changes whenever they wanted. So then after a while, this manual processes went away. The staff got used to the new systems. And suddenly overnight, they took away that privileges of changing it. So that's how you adapt the new systems onto the environment. Then, like that said, the ethical concern, if it is a AI and ML making decision, who is responsible for it? Have you ever thought about it? AI is making a decision for you. Do we have a legal framework to cover that? So those are the things that we need to think about. Then the data privacy. Nowadays, whatever you do, it's already on the internet, right? If you go and search on the Google, some product, next time when you go to Facebook or YouTube, that the ad is popping up for you. So there is no privacy basically. But we need to make sure at least the private information has to be safeguarded. Then on top of that, related to the legal and ethical question, you have to have regulations, right? So are we ready as a country, as this region, are we ready with these regulations to introduce Industry 4 and Industry 5? These are the things that we need to think about. Then the impact, I will quickly run through this. The manufacturing, you have the smart factories, the healthcare, you can have the remote surgeries, remote monitoring. Logistics, it is already happening in logistics. We can see where the container is. You can track all the way down to your warehouse. So that far we have gone. Agriculture and the retail. So these are the impacted industries, but the use cases will be much more in future. right? Then, the trend, where we are going. All the technologies are, converging, complementing each other with this revolution. Then the sustainability, like we discussed earlier, so the green manufacturing, how to do things without impacting the resources of the world. Digital twins, you can make replicas of your physical thing, you can simulate, so you don't have a risk. Then the human-centric design. So you prioritize the well-being of the human before you start doing anything. I think I have about another 15 minutes. So I would quickly go into 2 areas. This is my domain, the 5G. I think in Sri Lanka, we are talking about 5G, the 5G ready. We're now going to launch 5G. I think all the mobile network operators in Sri Lanka has already tested and launched pilot networks in Sri Lanka. So in that aspect, we are ready. But I would discuss later, there are other, the ecosystem problems to introduce 5G in Sri Lanka. Why 5G? Can't we do, with 4G? Can you tell me, what you cannot do with 4G, which has on 5G? Because everybody, right now in Sri Lanka, if you take the case, everybody is talking about 5G. But to, Sri Lankan ecosystem, still 4G is enough. We need 5G to do this industrial revolution. For that, we have to have the investment. Obviously, with 5G, you will get 10 times the speed. But on your smartphone, on your smart TV at home, with 4G, you can do whatever that you are going to do with the 5G. The only thing, when you download something, when 4G takes 10 minutes, in 5G, it will download in 1 second. Right? But you can still watch HD videos. You can do everything with 4G. But most important factor is the lower latency. For man-machine or machine-to-machine communication, you need very low latency. This is where the 5G comes into the picture in this industrial revolution. So it has to be less than 1 millisecond. Say, you have autonomous car running in your road, 2 cars. If they cannot talk to each other and avoid a collision, if it takes, 2-3 seconds, by the time, it makes a decision and communicate to each other, you are done. And if you are doing a remote surgery, you cut something, and later, when you move your hand, you will cut, at the other end, you would have cut something else. Right? So the most important thing in 5G is not the speed. It's the latency. How quickly you can communicate between 2 nodes. And it will give a lot of capacity. If you take 4G, you can compare 4G to a car and 5G to a big bus, which can accommodate 45 people. Car can accommodate maximum 5. 5G can accommodate 45. That's the capacity. So this IoTs, Internet of Things, little devices which is connecting to your network. This is why we need 5G. So ask this question in context of Sri Lanka: are we ready to go for 5G? Do we have a requirement to do 5G? Because if you do a 5G rollout in Sri Lanka, it's millions of dollars. You are looking at 3 operators. Even if you share, at least $1 billion. Right? So this is something that we need to think about when we decide whether we want to roll out 5G in Sri Lanka. But once the ecosystem is ready, when the smart factories are coming in, when this industrial revolution is happening in Sri Lanka, definitely we need 5G. Okay? It's a matter of timing. The last one is network slicing and millimeter wave. This is more of a technical thing. Technology that you can provide different quality of services on slices, like to a factory one quality of service, to a hospital another quality of service, so you can slice your network, right? So those are the advantages of the key features of 5G. Like I said, NS mobile broadband, it will give you the speed, but with 4G also you can do it. But what is more important is the latency and the ultra reliable communication. You can run services like automation, autonomous cars, and all these things. Reliability is required, right? This I think you already know. I would not go into this. So with 5G, you can introduce private networks. Then we are talking about 6G as well. For AI, you need 5G when you start introducing AI into your day-to-day life. So this is why I need 5G. Right, quickly, this is my last few slides. What is artificial intelligence? Because, like whatever that I discussed, it's industrial revolution. 4 and 5, you need connectivity and the artificial intelligence, right? So what is artificial intelligence? So basically, we are trying to build a system to simulate the human intelligence, right? So there are two types of artificial intelligence. What is weak artificial intelligence? We use it every day now. If you use Microsoft Copilot, if you use Siri, okay, all these products are weak artificial intelligence. And the strong artificial intelligence. Have you seen the movie The iRobot? This is fairly old, maybe 2004. It's a humanoid robot. It's a movie. So that is the kind of, the artificial intelligence we are talking about as strong artificial intelligence. Right. There are 3 types of artificial intelligence. Artificial narrow intelligence, basically machine learning. We feed the data, it will learn the patterns, and it will do things. Then the artificial general intelligence, basically, it will become, same as humans. Narrow intelligence, it is trained for a particular purpose. But artificial general intelligence, it's like a human. We can adapt to many things, right? We can do many jobs. We can, adapt to many scenarios. So same thing with AI. If it is artificial general intelligence, it's like a human. It can adapt to different things and learn new things. Then finally, artificial superintelligence. So machine conscious. Like in Terminator, the machine become conscious. Right? I would come back to this slide at the end of my presentation. Quickly, this is artificial intelligence. This is the word that you use every day. It caters for all these things on your left-hand side. Map and navigation, digital assistant, chatbots. You say it, it is covered as artificial intelligence. Like I said, we are trying to mimic the human nature into a machine. Machine learning. This is where we feed the data and the machine will start learning a particular task. Okay? That is a subset of artificial intelligence. Then the neural network. Neural network is basically we are trying to build a machine very similar to our head, the brain. Layers of the processing. So this is neural networking. Trying to mimic the brain, human brain. different layers. You will see the input layer, you will see the output layer. In between, there are many layers. Then we go into deep learning. If you have more than 3 layers of processing, this becomes a deep learning. These are technical words, but I think since you are using the AI word, I should give a perspective of what is AI, right? So deep learning has more than 3 layers of neural networks. Then finally come the generative AI. From the contents that we fed to the system, it is capable of creating new things. Okay, it can create new videos, it can create new images, it can create new text or the documents. So this is generative AI, right? And finally, where we are right now is the large language models or LLMs. You feed a lot of data into these systems, then you can train it to do the particular work that you need to do. I will go a bit quickly. Right, human versus machine. Just something for you to think about. We have 86 billion neurons in our brain. Then each neuron has 7,000 synapses. There is a little connection that Andu, right? So basically, 60 trillion synapses we have in the brain. Right? We can process information 1 exaflop a second. Compared to the human brain, where are we? Right? So you can compare these synapses to the parameters in artificial intelligence or this ChatGPT, right? So by 2025, end of 2025, it will have 100 trillion parameters compared to 600 trillion synapses that we have. Still, the machine is behind. But it has more processing. 2023, it had 4, moved on to 12 in January, and end of last year, it's about 36 trillion. Where are we as AI? You can see 2020, the artificial intelligence was below the passing grade of average student. By 2022, it reached the passing stage of an average student. Now it is ahead of, right, 77%. So it has reached. And you can see the number of parameters also keep increasing. It started with 125 billion, now it has come to 1.8 trillion. On the right-hand side, what you have is number of days to, these new technologies took to get subscribers or the subscriptions. You can see the ChatGPT and the threads, it has taken less than 5 days. So this is the way the technology is being adapted. You remember, during the second slide, I said, how the industry has moved. The first 2 industrial revolution, it took almost 100 years. Then it took 30 years from 1970 to 2000. Then 20 years, 2020. So the time that, we improve our technology, shorten and shorten. Okay, with ChatGPT or the artificial intelligence, this is becoming quicker and quicker. Artificial intelligence, what we have right now is you need to train it. Without data, you cannot use your artificial. You can buy out of the box AI boxes, right? But they are just to train to do certain things. Like if you have a dog, you can always dog to do few tricks, right? But if it wants to become a police dog, you need to send that dog through a rigorous training. Like that, artificial intelligence also, you need to train your set of data, then only you can use this technology. Right? I asked you the question, where we are right now. Still, we are at artificial narrow intelligence. Most probably 2040, we will get the artificial general intelligence as equal to human. We don't know when we are going to get the artificial super intelligence. Most probably, I will not be there, you might be there. Right? Okay, conclusion. Like I said, you need to transform. Digitization, digitalization and digital transformation. Industry 4 and 5 is about transformation. Right? You need to invest with a focus what we are trying to achieve. Okay? Finally, we need to adapt to these technologies. There is no way of running away from these things. Right? Bill Gates has said there will be only 3 jobs which would be left after the AI transformation. The first one is the coding. Even though there are the artificial intelligence which can write coding, but he believes there should be human intelligence to put these things together. The coding, the software engineers. The second one is energy consultants. This system takes a lot of energy. Okay? And the third profession is biologist. Artificial intelligence cannot do it. Those are the 3 professions he believes after the revolution of artificial intelligence which should be left. Right? So my time is almost over. I don't want to take much more time, but I would leave the stage with the question mark leaving. As Sri Lanka, are we ready to adapt Industrial 4 and 5? What are the barriers we are facing? Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here, especially when I was invited. I kind of jumped on it because you are the next generation of leaders in this country. So whatever the knowledge that we have gathered over the last few years, to pass it on to you, there is no happiness other than that. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a nice round of applause for Mr. Asanga for delivering that wonderful keynote speech? And to pay our gratitude in form of a token of appreciation, may I kindly request the chairperson of this grand event, Mr. Friend, to stage, and Mr. Asanga as well, if you can. Can we have a nice round of applause as they come to the stage?
Thank you, sir and Brian. A new era is about to hit the stands. Not just another magazine, a movement. A place where ideas ignite, dreams take flight, and the bold find their voice.
Are you ready to break free from the ordinary? To see stories that inspire, interviews that sparks change, and insights that don't just inform, they transform.
This isn't just something you read, it's something you feel, something that stays with you long after you turn the last page.
Get ready to experience the fusion. Launching soon. Dare to be a part of it.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again a big round of applause for the Coming Soon Fusion Magazine 2025. And now the time has come to recharge and enjoy some refreshments.
Please proceed to a designated area and don't forget to be back in your seats by 11:10 sharp for more excitement and more knowledge to be shared. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you soon.
That transcends borders and cultures, enabling new experiences to become epiphanies and living out truth as one with the earth. Life is about the legacy of these moments, believing in the magic of nature, alive in our soil, our rains, and our hands that make life possible.
අපිට මේ කතාව ඉවර වෙන විදිය වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒක තියෙන්නේ අපේ අතින්. එහෙනම් අපිට හරි දේ කරන්න වෙනවා. Asia Asset Finance හෙටට 8ක් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා හරි දේ කරන්න පටන් ගමු. ව්‍යාපෘති 8ක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව පුරා සිදු කිරීමට අපි සූදානම්. පාරිසරික හා සමාජීය වෙනසකට හා සුන්දර ශ්‍රී ලංකාවක් බිහි කිරීමට ඔබත් අදම Asia Asset Finance හා Clean Sri Lanka හෙටට 8ක් වැඩසටහනත් සමග එකතු වෙන්න. Asia Asset Finance.
At EdgeConnect, we're focused. With an ever-changing world come goals that are ever-shifting in tandem with the fast-paced nature of it all. At the center of our universe is an integral component that we believe has shaped the values our business is founded on. Our vision since our inception 7 years ago still stands true today. Our expertise lies in tailor-making world-class solutions founded on carefully thought-out strategies and experience in multiple fields to achieve optimal results. At the heart of what we do is passion for excellence, and we believe that igniting that spark in our team calls for taking into account that we are as different as we are all equal. Ours is a culture that opens doors for those seeking to achieve their fullest potential while striking a balance between work and life. We are future-focused. This isn't a mere place of work, but a home away from home, where empathy and mutual respect prevail, and leadership inspires instead of constraints. In spite of the challenges on the road ahead, our focus is on making a plural world. The many and not the one remain our solution. We believe work shouldn't be a chore, but an incubator of dreams for the ambitious. Today we stand proud with many accolades to our name that speak for themselves. Our greatest asset, a resilient team, playing to the different strengths they each bring to the table. We are proof that amazing things can happen when you're focused on what matters. And that's what we believe makes a good workplace great. We love our workplace at EdgeConnect.
වෙහිකලට ඇක්සිඩන්ට් වුණා කිව්ව නේද?
ඔව් වාහනේට පොඩ්ඩක් ඩැමේජ් වුණා තමයි. හැබැයි ඒක ලොකු අවුලක් වුණේ නැහැ සර්. මොකද මම පුරුදු විදිහටම අපේ හොට්ලයින් එකට කෝල් එකක් ගත්තා. ඒගොල්ලෝ වෙලසෙන් බලලා. ඉතින් මට වැඩිපුර විනාඩියක්වත් විතර ඉන්නුනේ නේ. ඒකනේ අපි කෝල් ඇන් ගෝ කියන්නේ. කෝල් එක ගත්තා. අපි ගමු.
People's Insurance. Diriya Theatre. Viriya Vannata.
No chance.
Look, kid. Bad things happen, and you can't do anything about it, right? Wrong! When the world turns its back on you, you turn your back on the world.
At Aberdeen, work is more than what we do. It's how we come together as a team. Through group-wide collaborations, we build connections and celebrate teamwork. It's not just a competition. It's about unity and building a sense of belonging. Our culture is about balance. We work hard, but we also know how to have fun. From company retreats to game nights, we make sure to take time to recharge and connect beyond the office. Flexibility is key here at Aberdeen. Our work environment allows us to manage our schedule in ways that make sense for both our work and personal life. It's this blend of collaboration, balance and flexibility that makes Aberdeen not just a place to work, but a place to grow. At Aberdeen, we don't just work together, we grow together.
Our life is not about a long journey to the end of time. It's about the collective legacy of all the little moments, the big and the small, daunting and hopeful, as we wade through seconds of every day, collecting snapshots to weave the tapestry of our story, celebrating life in all its glory, writing the story of where we came from and where we're going. For our land, our people, what we do today matters. Every choice leading us to a new chapter, every act inspiring the next generation, cultivating traditions with fairness and nurturing our connections with empathy. The legacy of life is about sharing these moments, taking the flavors of our home to the world, becoming a fragrant catalyst for global partnerships, giving power to joy that transcends borders and cultures, enabling new experiences to become epiphanies and living our truth as one with the earth. Life is about the legacy of these moments, believing in the magic of nature, alive in our soil, our rains and our hands that make life possible.
අපිට මේ කතාව ඉවර වෙන විදිය වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒක තියෙන්නේ අපේ අතින්. එහෙනම් අපිට හරි දේ කරන්න වෙනවා. ඒෂියා ඇසෙට් ෆයිනෑන්ස් හෙටට 8ක් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා හරි දේ කරන්න පටන් ගමු. ව්‍යාපෘති 8ක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව පුරා සිදු කිරීමට අපි සූදානම්. පාරිසරික හා සමාජීය වෙනසකට හා සුන්දර ශ්‍රී ලංකාවක් බිහි කිරීමට ඔබත් අදම ඒෂියා ඇසෙට් ෆයිනෑන්ස් හා ක්ලීන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා හෙටට 8ක් වැඩසටහනත් සමග එකතු වෙන්න. ඒෂියා ඇසෙට් ෆයිනෑන්ස්.
At EdgeConnect, we're focused. With an ever-changing world come goals that are ever-shifting in tandem with the fast-paced nature of it all. at the center of our universe is an integral component that we believe has shaped the values our business is founded on. Our vision since our inception 7 years ago still stands true today. Our expertise lies in tailor-making world-class solutions founded on carefully thought-out strategies and experience in multiple fields to achieve optimal results. At the heart of what we do is passion for excellence, and we believe that igniting that spark in our team calls for taking into account that we are as different as we are all equal. Ours is a culture that opens doors for those seeking to achieve their fullest potential while striking a balance between work and life. We are future-focused. This isn't a mere place of work, but a home away from home, where empathy and mutual respect prevail, and leadership inspires instead of constraints. In spite of the challenges on the road ahead, our focus is on making a plural world. The many and not the one remain our inertia. We believe work shouldn't be a chore, but an incubator of dreams for the ambitious. Today we stand proud with many accolades to our name that speak for themselves. Our greatest asset, a resilient team, playing to the different strengths they each bring to the table. We are proof that amazing things can happen when you're focused on what matters. And that's what we believe makes a good workplace great. We love our workplace at EdgeConnect.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please request you all kindly to be seated? We'll start the event in another 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you had a fantastic, refreshing break.
And welcome back to the second session of the 39th International CA Students Conference.
An event of this magnitude is not possible by the incredible support and generosity of our sponsor.
Let's begin by extending our heartfelt appreciation to our gold sponsors, Deloitte and Subcampus CA Sri Lanka, our official education partner.
A warm thank you to our silver sponsor, Asia Asset Finance PLC. And we are also immensely grateful to our bronze sponsors, Informate Private Limited, Sansa General Insurance, HConnect, HNB Finance, People's Insurance PLC, and People's Leasing and Finance PLC.
Adding on to the strength of this event are other sponsors, Sirius TV, our official media partner, Vijay Newspaper, our official print media partner, American Water, our official hydration partner, Hashtag, our official photography partner, 08, our official event partner, and Monarch Imperial, our official hospitality partner, and Pick Me, our official travel partner.
Thank you once again for all our sponsors for believing in us and making this event truly exceptional.
And I think we should hear from the audience as well for that generous support that we have received from our sponsors.
Moving on, it's time to add a little sparkle to the day.
Get ready for a delightful treat where we showcase a fusion of talent dancing to our heart's content. Sit back, relax, and enjoy.
At Aberdeen, work is more than what we do. It's how we come together as a team. Through group-wide collaborations, we build connections and celebrate teamwork. It's not just a competition. It's about unity and building a sense of belonging. Our culture is about balance. We work hard, but we also know how to have fun. From company retreats to game nights, we make sure to take time to recharge and connect beyond the office. Flexibility is key here at Aberdeen. Our work environment allows us to manage our schedule in ways that make sense for both our work and personal life. It's this blend of collaboration, balance, and flexibility that makes Aberdeen not just a place to work, but a place to grow. At Aberdeen, we don't just work together, we grow together.
Our life is not about a long journey to the end of time. It's about the collective legacy of all the little moments, the big and the small, daunting and hopeful, as we wade through seconds of every day, collecting snapshots to weave the tapestry of our story, celebrating life in all its glory, writing the story of where we came from and where we're going. For our land, our people, what we do today matters. Every choice leading us to a new chapter, every act inspiring the next generation, cultivating traditions with fairness and nurturing our connections with empathy. The legacy of life is about sharing these moments, taking the flavors of our home to the world, becoming a fragrant catalyst for global partnerships, giving power to joy that transcends borders and cultures, enabling new experiences to become epiphanies, and living our truth as one with the earth. Life is about the legacy of these moments, believing in the magic of nature, alive in our soil, our rains and our hands that make life possible.
අපිට මේ කතාව ඉවර වෙන විදිය වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒක තියෙන්නේ අපේ අතේ. එහෙනම් අපිට හරි දේ කරන්න වෙනවා. Asia Asset Finance හෙටට 8ක් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා හරි දේ කරන්න පටන් ගමු. ව්‍යාපෘති 8ක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව පුරා සිදු කිරීමට අපි සූදානම්. පාරිසරික හා සමාජීය වෙනසකට හා සුන්දර ශ්‍රී ලංකාවක් බිහි කිරීමට ඔබත් අදම Asia Asset Finance හා Clean Sri Lanka හෙටට 8ක් වැඩසටහනත් සමග එකතු වෙන්න. Asia Asset Finance.
Tana
gentlemen, they dance for their very heartbeat. What do you think, Praveen?
If you have closely noted that they also dance for the fusion with different styles coming together, just like this conference, where all around the globe we are having people around here with maybe from different specialities as well. And all of us are here just for one purpose, and that is to share the knowledge among the students and elevate themselves so that they will be ready for a technology-full society in future.
So ladies and gentlemen, shall we again give a big round of applause for our dancers?
And now for the highlight of the day, the much awaited experts panel discussion.
This is where some of the finest minds in the profession come together to share insights, experiences, and vision.
We invite you to stay engaged, take notes, and immerse yourself in this wonderful opportunity to learn from the best.
First off, we have a self-taught serial entrepreneur that believes in testing, adapting, and conforming to set rules. His unstructured yet intentional approach to problem-solving acts as the fundamental lens in which he helps businesses grow through the use of digital marketing, technology, and data.
His career in the media and technology space began at the age of 18 with the launch of the Gamers Cottage, a YouTube multi-channel network that helped over 600 creators monetize 500 million esports views.
After being approached by a number of local businesses, he established Surge Global, a design, marketing, and technology firm to focus on the needs of helping businesses grow in the modern economy. In 2018, he captured the eye and imagination of senior executives within the Tavistock Group who invested in the company to leverage and support some of the group's most strategic and valuable investments.
He has also co-founded the world's #1 self-publishing software and is involved in multiple technology, agriculture, and investment opportunities through his private office, Veridarian Investments. He is celebrated entrepreneur, TEDx speaker, and is a part of the prestigious Forbes Under 30, as well as the rest of the world's top 100 changemakers.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Bhanuka Harishchandra. The next gentleman is the managing director of the Brandix Group and overlooks its global business while driving overall strategy and transformation journey of the company. Prior taking up reins as managing director, he served as group finance director and chief strategy officer of the group. He is a director of Brandix Group subsidiaries and investment ventures that include TJ Lanka PLC, Incube Global, and Best Pacific Lanka Limited.
An independent director at John Keel's Hotels PLC, he serves as a chairman of the audit committee, and he also is an independent director at NDB Bank and chair its board risk committee. A board member of Apparel Impact Institute of USA, he also serves on the board of SIMA Sri Lanka and Sri Lanka Accounting and Auditing Standards Monitoring Board, and was a committee member at the Ceylon Chamber of Commerce.
He holds an MBA in International Finance and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He is a fellow member of Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, Association of Chartered Certified Accountants, and the Institute of Certified Management Accountants. He is also a Chartered Global Management Accountant.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Hasitha Premaratna.
Dr. Sukir Patapadige is a distinguished educator, consultant, and business personality. He serves as the head of the Department of Marketing Management and senior lecturer at the University of Kelaniya, education consultant at CS Sri Lanka, and non-executive director at Mercantile Investments and Finance PLC.
He holds a PhD in accountancy from RMIT University, Australia, a master's in economics, a BBA in finance, and a professional qualification from CIMA and AICPA. His research focuses on management accounting, sustainability, financial liberalization, and digital adaptation.
Dr. Patabandige led initiatives like the World Bank Quality and Innovation Grant, the first SAP University Alliance partnership in Sri Lanka, introduced pioneering programs in ERP, people skills, digital marketing, and business analytics. His leadership helped the department achieve ISO certification.
He co-founded Wisdom Business Academy, growing it into the second largest CIMA education provider globally and has trained students across Asia. As a curriculum consultant, he helped redesign CA Sri Lanka's curricula, integrating digital, data, and sustainability skills, and developed the Certified Finance and Accounting Specialist qualification for the BPO industry.
Please put your hands together in welcoming Dr. Sugit Patabandige. Rafi is a Sri Lankan economist and global thought leader with extensive experience in the economic policy, sustainability, and development. He currently serves as a director in business consulting at Ernst & Young, Sri Lanka.
Mr. Rafi is an expert member of the World Economic Forum and co-chairs its Global Plastic Innovation Network Action Group. He is also a regular contributor to the International Monetary Fund's Public Finance Forum. In 2021, he was appointed as the Climate Ambassador by the World Bank's Global Youth Climate Network.
Mr. Rafi is also a visiting lecturer at the Center for Banking Studies, Central Bank of Sri Lanka, and serves on the Enterprise Operations Committee at the University of Moratuwa. Previously, he was the member of the Deloitte Global Economics Network and Deloitte's Global ESG Operations team.
Mr. Rafi has delivered talks globally, including at the NAS DAQ Center, S&P Global, and Central Bank of Sri Lanka. He also serves as a consultant at the Stanford Seed Program, contributing to the entrepreneurship development in emerging economies.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Talal Rafi. Audit and Assurance of Deloitte Sri Lanka and Maldives, leading audits in varied sectors including banking, NBFI, telecommunication, manufacturing, IT services, trading, leisure, and mining.
He has more than 27 years of experience in external audit, internal audit, accounting, restructuring, and other advisory services covering varied jurisdictions. He joined Deloitte after working at another Big Four firm in the Bahamas, where he was an associate director working in restructuring practice.
Mr. Tivanka is a council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka. He is also a past president of the Institute of Internal Auditors of Sri Lanka and has served as a council member of Association of Accounting Technicians of Sri Lanka.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Tivanka Jayasinghe to the stage.
And moderating this distinguished panel is Ms. Nishani Pereira. She is a fellow member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Sri Lanka and also a fellow member of the Association of Accounting Technicians. She is also an associate member of the Certified Management Accountants of Sri Lanka, a graduate from the University of Sri Javadanapura, and holds a Masters of Laws from the University of Cardiff Metropolitan in United Kingdom.
She is currently working as a partner of Moore IR as a director of Moore Consulting Private Limited. She is the lead Moore ambassador for Asia Pacific region in Women in Leadership.
She is also a resource person for many trainings on Sri Lanka accounting standards, auditing standards, and other financial disciplines of CA Sri Lanka, South Asian Federation of Accountants, AAT Sri Lanka, Moore Sri Lanka, and Video Sri Lanka and Maldives.
Further, she was a trainer for Accounting and Auditing Standard Monitoring Board of Bhutan, as well as the Royal Monetary Authority of Bhutan on International Accounting Standard. She is a visiting lecturer in Sri Lanka Institute of Information Technology, and she has acted as a guest visiting lecturer for the University of Colombo and University of Kelaniya.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Nishani Pereira.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that you are taking notes and ready for our expert panel discussion. Over to you, Ms. Misa.
Thank you for that introduction. Good morning to all of you. Okay, today I have kind of a difficult task moderating 5 gentlemen here, experts in their respective fields. As you all know, the discussion today, to the panel discussion, to this expert panelists, is about Industry 4. Okay, in the keynote speech, we have heard about the industry, all the industrial revolutions, including extensively about the Industry 4, as well as the Industry 5, 5th Industrial Revolution also, which is coming forward, as well as whereas the world is moving forward. Today's discussion would be mostly towards the 4th Industrial Revolution. We discussed about the technical aspects and how it has happened during the keynote speech, where our task today in this expert panel discussion is to discuss about the practicalities, how we have seen it in each industry, and what are the challenges, and what would be the way forward, how we should ready for this, all the revolutions, including the future, the 5th Industrial Revolutions. The modality of this panel discussion, I would like to take maybe the views and to share their experience of these expert panelists during maybe the first round, where we will give you the opportunity also to share your ideas, maybe the comments, and if you have any clarifications or the questions to ask from these expert panelists. Maybe we can give maybe a time later after the panel discussion, towards the end of the panel discussion, or else if you feel that if you want to get any clarification or if you have any questions in between, feel free to ask. Then we can have kind of a live discussion with the interaction of you as well. Before moving to the experts, just wanted to highlight, even in the Mr. Asanga, in his keynote speech, he talked about the history, how this industrial revolution has happened. Now we are in the 4th Industrial Revolution. The first one was in 18th century. We know that the manual production has, that means machines came into the picture in the 1st Industrial Revolution, and the 2nd Industrial Revolution, we saw maybe the mass production, and the global trade also started during that period. The 3rd Industrial Revolution, what has happened was automation, especially the digitalization. Computers came into the picture, the telephones came into the picture during that 3rd Industrial Revolution, and today we are in 4th Industrial Revolution, where the world is moving ahead to 5th Industrial Revolution as well. In 4th, in keynote speech also extensively discussed about the artificial intelligence, use of data analytics, advanced data analytics, Internet of Things in 4th Industrial Revolution, and the 5th Industrial Revolution would be more combining these information technologies with the human aspect as well. I would like to, before maybe giving the floor to our speakers, the panelists, I would like to shed some light what has happened to us as a nation, Sri Lanka, as well as since we do have SAFA delegates here, India, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Pakistan. What has happened to the SAFA countries in all these revolutions? First and second revolutions, I would say that we have missed that revolution because we were under the colonial rules at that revolution. The 3rd Industrial Revolution, we have contributed to that Industrial Revolution, but not to the full, because we as nations, we had some limitations, maybe the infrastructure, the knowledge gap, kind of. And this is the first Industrial Revolution that we can contribute as South Asian region, the Sri Lanka as well. Even the India is working towards, maybe when it comes to the information technology, they are leading. Nepal, Bangladesh, Pakistan also, they are contributing to the IT outsourced industry. That's how we can contribute, we can upskill ourselves. Let's see how best we can upskill ourselves about this fourth industrial revolution, and as well as how we can move ahead to the fifth industrial revolution. In the introduction, you have heard about the experts and their specialties. We have an entrepreneur, especially from the digital aspect, Bhanuka, and we have Mr. Hasita Premaratna from Brandix. I would introduce all the panelists from their specialties where we would like to talk from that angle. He's from the manufacturing sector, and he will contribute from that industry perspective, how he has seen this and what's the way forward. And we have Mr. Tiwankar Jayasinghe from Audit and Assurance aspect. He will share his experience and knowledge. And we have Mr. Talal. He will talk about the economic aspect of it. And we have an important person also here, Dr. Sugit. Maybe you all have participated for most of his discussions and the seminars as well, because he was instrumental in developing the CA curriculum. We just wanted to hear from you, Doctor, how these aspects have embedded to the CA curriculum. First of all, I would like to go to Bhanuka. Since Bhanuka, you are as an entrepreneur as well as you are into the field of digital aspect, where one of the driving force of this revolution. Just tell us, Bhanuka, how you have seen this industrial revolution, especially focusing on the Industry 4, how you have coped up as an entrepreneur. What's your view to this audience?
Nishani, thank you so much for having us. It's a pleasure to be here with all of you, kind of leading the next generation of entrepreneurship and commerce in this country. A very quick thing, kind of before we get started, I think one of the words that you pointed out a few times is the word expert. You said that you brought a panel of, so-called experts that have years and years of experience of different industries, be it in technology or manufacturing or finance or economics. I think the biggest change that I've seen personally is the democratization of that expertise 10 years ago to today. It's been a phenomenal change in the way people access information. Today, if any one of you sitting in the audience wants to learn about anything, rationalize that information and process it, it is remarkably simple. Tools with large language models like ChatGPT, you can practically learn anything and everything without any sort of restriction. And I think that really sets the tone and the foundation for what we would call Industry 4.0, kind of the current rendition of advancement of technology. No one seated on this stage has, sure, there's a little bit of experience, but there's no inherent knowledge or some sort of trade secret that we can keep from someone else accessing in the modern world. And because of that, I think what you've seen is this, over the years, there's always been this gatekeeping of information, some sort of like this intellectual scarcity that we create. And as technology has progressed, that has started to move away from these silos of where information is to everyone being able to readily access it. And as a result, the ability for anyone to do anything, whether it's start a business or solve a problem, it's now really free for anyone. And also the capital requirements for any business has gone from you needing support, you needing infrastructure, to someone with an idea being able to solve a problem. And I think for me in my career, that's what has been helpful. We are in the digital transformation space. We help businesses overcome specific challenges, be it in their customer acquisition journey, building technology, building infrastructure, and we do it mainly through the incorporation of people. So we have teams of people in Colombo, very much like you. We have about 400 people in our office that work with businesses in different parts of the world. And we help them solve these problems. And over the years, what we've learned is that the key advantage that allows an organization to stay ahead of their competition is their ability to really understand that problem and their ability to innovate and adapt quickly. With the rate of change of technology, that the need to be sharp, precise, and fast is now more important than ever, because you can't build what we would traditionally call a moat. There isn't really many things that can prevent you from starting an organization. Now, there are pros and cons for this. The pros being that people that are just entering the workforce have little to no barriers. If you want to start a business, even something like apparel, where years ago you would need capital to set up manufacturing. Now there are enough services where if you have the idea and you have the ability to build a brand, you don't really need any sort of physical infrastructure to get you started. You can go home today and launch an apparel business. But at the same time, it also makes it really challenging once you build a situation to guard against competition, because again, it's incredibly easy for anyone to kind of change their situation. So really, the winners are the ones that are able to adapt the fastest and understand trends in the market and kind of capitalize on that. And Industry 4 is really what I see as a leveling of the playing field. It may be a good thing for Sri Lanka, but it can also be a terrible thing for us. So I don't want to kind of sugarcoat it. It really just depends on how we choose to tackle the opportunity, right? The way, ultimately, it is a leveling of the playing field where those that have the ability to navigate it will do significantly better than those that don't. And unfortunately for those that don't, it has the tendency to leave them behind.
All right. Thank you, Bhanuka. With that, I would like to ask from Sahasita Premaratna. You are from the industry as well as a manufacturing field, that also kind of a driving force in this industrial revolutions that we have seen. Just wanted to ask from you, from maybe the strategic management practices perspective, as well as a manufacturing company, when you were leading from there, how you have seen this industrial revolution, especially this Industry 4.0, as well as what are the most significant changes that you have observed throughout this journey and maybe towards the future?
Yeah, thanks, Nishani. So I think before we talk about Industry 4.0, I think the first basic principle that I wanted to touch upon is that as students who are coming out of studies and looking at the new world, there is significant change happening every day, every moment, right? Early this month, you saw how US President just walked out and said, hey, guess what? I have a formula to apply based on probably ChatGPT's output. And here is the tariff for Sri Lanka, here is the tariff for India, here is the tariff for China, right? And kept on going on a list. So that's the world we are living in, right? Which means that tomorrow when we wake up, what will happen to what we had built today is so uncertain. So that's the most important, basic, fundamental that you guys will have to build in order to step into the real world. When I say real world, I'm talking about that resilience that you will need to build there, because at the end of the day, what you build today might not be relevant tomorrow. So to meet that, what are the key personal aspirations, beliefs that you need to build up is something that you need to think through, because that's one of the key challenges that we go through in the real world when you go to the industry, because it's all about ultimately being open to change. So that said, let me now take a step back and maybe get to the question, right? So here we talk about
manufacturing industry in particular, right, where we look at how we, number one, create a product which will be accepted and valued by the consumer, and where the consumer is willing to pay a price. And number two, how do we make that product at the best possible price or the least possible price or the cost, right? And in doing that, obviously the topics this morning, as I heard, would have covered all of them, so I don't have to be technical about it to say how we bring the technology into it, right? Because technology is going to is playing a very important role in this equation. Plus, we've seen quite a bit of the, when I say technology, the automation aspect as well as the digital aspect of it. Like Manu said, the digital aspect of it is coming in a big way, where data is now becoming one of the very powerful assets in the manufacturing industry, which will help us to now look at the data and make decisions using analytics and artificial intelligence, and essentially come out with solutions much, much faster than what it used to be in the past. Sometimes decisions that would have taken 3 months now can be taken in 3 minutes. You just go into ChatGPT and type a few of your questions for about 3-4 minutes, you probably get a fairly accurate answer, right? Fairly decent answer. Of course, you can't 100% rely on that, but you'll have to bring your own brains into it. That's why you're there, right? You will continue to have your presence because of that. But like I said, you need to bring that aspect of technology, artificial intelligence, and some of these automations into the manufacturing. So in our organization, in Brandix, about a couple of years back, right, when we were doing the transformation journey or the changes, we embarked into what we call the smart factories. So essentially a smart factory, typically in a very layman language to say, has 2 broad things that are coming out. One is how the technology is being used in automation to reduce the cost per unit by improving productivity, also by attacking on waste. And the second part of it is using the data digital to make better decisions by empowering the people in a much more simple way to make the final outcome. So this aspect was brought in, and we had now developed internal concept of what we call a smart factory. We don't call it 4.0 or whatever, but we have our own kind of modules that we have built around it. And in that segment, once we started to implement them, actually we've seen some fantastic results, right? So firstly, from a productivity perspective, we've seen productivity improvements as high as 30% as outcomes, right? We've gone virtually paperless. We used to use about 90,000 A4 sheets per month in that one factory I'm talking about, right? We brought that down to 400 A4 sheets. That also is because of some inland revenue requirements, unfortunately. The tax guys still have not got into that yet. I'm sure they will get there soon. With that, we probably can go to 0 paper in that factory, right? So likewise, we have about 4 or 5 parameters which we have driven down in the smart factory outcomes, and have brought in that ultimate outcome that I was talking about. One is to create that product, and second is to make that product as the best possible or the lowest possible price. And so far, right, I must say that so far in the factories that we have implemented this, we have been quite successful and quite competitive, even compared to some of the best in the world. But I must also say that the biggest challenge is not knowledge, it's not technology, it's not data. It's change in the mindset of the people. That's what has been taking the longest time, right? And that's what has been the biggest struggle. So that's why I started this, my few words by saying, it's about how we as individuals, all of us, look at things differently and start looking at changing things and being open to that change. Because once we have been in a particular way of doing things, we are used to it, we think that's the right thing, and we think we know it. That's the biggest problem sometimes, right? We think we know it. And when we know it, we don't want to change it, and we keep preaching it to everybody else. And ultimately, the competitor has overtaken you and taken to a next level. So that's why sometimes all of us, right, maybe we might have good careers, great profiles, all these stuff, but we need to zero them down and get to the ground and see what's ahead and what's next. And one thing before I conclude, I want to add is that China has done it, right? In the last 4-5 years, if you look at during the COVID time, they locked down the country, and they've done some remarkable automations, remarkable digital focus, and taken the manufacturing industry to a different level. And despite US President's excessive tariffs, still they can probably fight things back because they have done some fantastic work in the last 4-5 years, which means that we, as Sri Lanka being close to China, with a lot of Chinese people here, we are close to that culture. I think we have to see how fast we can embrace that, learn, and implement some of those learnings so that we don't have to innovate everything. While we innovate some, we also can learn fast and bring those technologies in either through collaborations or through partnerships and make sure that our industry can stay relevant and competitive in this challenging environment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Hasita. I think for us to move ahead with these revolutions, I guess we need to be open to the change, as well as their theme is also transform mindset. We have to be in mindset to go ahead with that. Thank you so much for that. Tivanka, you are from audit and assurance field. What's your maybe input for this from that field itself? What the changes that you have seen throughout when it comes to this field with respect to the industry 4 as well as the 5 that we are talking today?
Thanks. Thanks, Nishani. Thanks, Nishani, for that question. Firstly, let me congratulate Rukaya, Fryan, and the rest of the CA Student Society team for putting this show together. You have a packed house and a superb lineup of speakers and content. Well done to you. And just to talk about the rate of change that has happened, exactly 25 years ago, I was the president of the Student Society, along with the now vice president of the institute, and we organized a similar conference, but nowhere close to the scale of this. It was at the institute, in the auditorium. So huge congratulations to the team. Well done. Next, I just want to touch upon a point that Hasita mentioned about ChatGPT and Trump. I actually asked ChatGPT a couple of days ago, what would you think Trump would do next on tariffs? And ChatGPT didn't want to respond to that question. So even ChatGPT has its limitations, and that's why we need...
When it comes to Trump, everybody has limitations.
So I mean, the estimation, the judgment, and the insight, you know, to make that level of prediction, or at least a high-level estimation, ChatGPT refrained. Yeah, so auditing is a profession. The firms that do auditing are surviving because of the trust they have placed in society. And the trust has come about because the profession has been sort of very mindful in how they do activities. So even in terms of AI, the industry, the profession has been very careful in ensuring that it's used in an ethical and responsible way to ensure that data confidentiality of clients are also secure. And in that respect, they've also had to develop private AI platforms to use so that the data of clients can remain secure. So I would say that, you know, to be honest, there have been a lot of changes, but we are perhaps still catching up. But the exciting part is that what we see in the pipeline and what we see even happening this year is bringing about a lot of changes in the way we do things. The time taken to do repetitive tasks is going to reduce, and also the decisions that we take and the work we do will become more precise, and it will actually, AI is going to enhance the way we do our work. Just to give an analogy, I think that we have some foreign delegates also from the region. I'll use a cricket analogy. And just look at a cricket coach, right? So you have all this data that is accumulated by data scientists, and they can identify the weaknesses of cricketers and where bowlers should bowl, and perhaps bowlers batsmen also are told bowlers react this way when these things happen, using all of this data. So if a coach were to do that all on their own, imagine the time that he would have to undertake to observe all of these videos. But now this information is at the tip of the coach's hand at any given time, makes their job much more easier. Similarly, if you look at umpiring, we have the ball tracker to help with leg before LBW decisions, minimizing all the errors that could have taken place if that technology wasn't there. So similarly, the auditing profession also has taken huge steps. Some of you may know that audits by firms are now done on electronic audit platforms. These electronic audit platforms have progressed over the year. It's sort of our ERP for auditors, where the audit methodology, the workflow, is inbuilt into the platform. And what we see now is that more and more AI is being inbuilt into the platform. Data has to be uploaded now into the platform. Sample selection is now performed by the platform, removing biases that could happen in sample selection. There are also tools in the platform that helps reviewers to see if there are any areas where methodology has not been followed. So that helps us as reviewers. We are about to launch a tool that will help check casting in financial statements, something that can take a couple of hours. In a few minutes, we will know whether the financial statements casting is correct. My firm has also globally launched a tool which has recently won an innovation award. That essentially is a GenAI chatbot where staff can ask technical questions about accounting or auditing, and immediately you get a response. And the response is in a very natural language way, the way that ChatGPT also responds to questions. There are a lot more things that are coming up. There are tools that can review contracts and identify areas that can give accounting implications. So I can go on, but I want to sort of conclude this space by also saying that all of the big firms actually have teams thinking about innovation, thinking about what is going to disrupt, and how we need to be prepared for it, and how we need to improve ourselves. And the head of innovation for Asia-Pac region is a Sri Lankan. He is also a member of the global team thinking about what's on the edge of technology that can happen to disrupt the world. Why I want to bring that up is that any one of you are able to do this, right? And like Bhanuka mentioned, all of this knowledge has now been democratized. So the barriers are limited. So it's all up to you to actually not only embrace the change, adapt to the change, but also sometimes make the change. Thank you.
Thank you, Tivanka. I think with that, let's change maybe the discussion towards a different area. It's about the economic perspective. We have Talal here with us in our panel. I would like to ask from you, Talal, how have you seen this industry revolution, especially this Industry 4 that we are focusing today, from an economic perspective?
Right. Thank you, Nishani. And my thanks to the organizers for having me. It's an absolute pleasure to be among you all. So answering the question about the Industrial Revolution, let me just go into a little bit of history. So when it comes to economics, you all must be like seeing countries projecting growth like 5%. I mean, the President Anwar Kumar Dissanayake said that we would be growing 5% this year. So then the central bank projects something else. But what is not known to many people is that a few hundred years ago, there was no such thing as economic growth. I mean, during the Roman Empire or even before that or even after the Mongols or when the Chinese were at their peak, there was no such thing as economic growth. There was only two ways the economic grew. One was when the population of a country grew, or when the country invaded another country and expanded itself. So the whole idea of economic growth started after the Industrial Revolution. That is when productivity of a person increased. So that was the starting point. So basically, that is how deeply economics and innovation are connected. So basically, how they grew was by increasing the productivity and efficiency of an individual. So that's how economic growth started. And this is where different sets of people took on a different route. Like, for example, the reason why the Europeans started dominating as a whole was they embraced change. Industrial Revolution started in England. And then the rest of the European nations embraced it. But we saw from history that others did not go down that path. For example, China could have been a big part, but China made a mistake. At that time, the Chinese emperor did not want to go ahead with the railway expansion. The Ottoman emperor did not want to go ahead with the printing press. So they did not want to innovate, while the Europeans went ahead. So that was where the divergence, I mean, people went down different paths. So it is extremely important, the innovation. So that is how we should be embracing it. And so today, if you look, the US stands at the top. So it's although it's only 5% of the world's population, it has around 20% of the world's GDP. And after the Second World War, almost half of the world's GDP was controlled by the US. So there was the center of innovation. A lot of things go right. So even I have been speaking to experts from many countries like Russia, Germany. They said that they've tried to imitate the culture, especially of Silicon Valley, take it back there. They gave all the fundings, many other things, brought in the experts, but they couldn't do it. Because one thing that was missing was that culture. You know, you're not afraid to fail. So that is the one area that we need as a whole when it comes to embracing change or the revolution. So even when it comes to Sri Lanka, for embracing the fourth industrial revolution, the key thing, number one thing should be we shouldn't be afraid to fail, trying to experiment. That is number one. The second thing is, in my view, education system. So I've always mentioned this many times. Countries which innovate a lot have a more open, creative education system where you can think out loud. Where from the beginning, it's more based on creativity. So here again, you know, the Sri Lankan education system, when I'm talking about the schooling system, needs a bit of change because it's mostly rote-based learning. So there again, we have to shift towards creative. I mean, rote-based learning is a bit outdated because right now, as the other speaker said, you have ChatGPT, you have Google, you can find any information you want. What you need right now, the skill you need is what can you do with that information? What do you add on to it? So it's that whatever information it's on your phone plus yourself, or what you do with it. So that is where we need to focus on. And the third thing is Another point when it comes to embracing the revolutions, especially the fourth industrial revolution, or even the fifth, which could follow it, is what we find is when it comes to countries. Let me give you an example. Like when you look at countries around the world, developed countries, except a few small city-states and others, almost all developed countries are democracies. So that has been a key thing. So the third thing is the importance of democracy. So that is something that is not really shown by people, the ability to think. So that is one thing that has always worked for the US. You know, when I say developed, I mean China is fast coming up, but China is still, it is huge because of its size. So if you look at GDP per capita, China is nowhere close to the US. I mean, I think it's around 1/4 or 1/5 size when it comes to the productivity of a person, GDP per capita. So there's a long way to go. So these are the three areas I feel we need to work on, and the others I'll explain later. Thanks.
All right. Thank you, Talal. I think stemming from that, I think you talked about the education. As I informed you previously also, we have Dr. Sugit with us in our panel. Why I have kept him at the last, I just wanted to get input from each and every panelist for this question. This is an interesting question for all of you as well, because you are interested about the CA curriculum. He was instrumental in developing the CA curriculum 2025. Doctor, where I just wanted to ask from you, we talked about adapt, innovate, as well as lead in this rapidly changing environment, embracing the industrial revolutions as well, the Industry 4.0. How does new CA curriculum 2025 prepare chartered accountants to move ahead in this direction?
Right. Thank you, Nishani, and thank you, CA Student Society, for having me and my friends here. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. To be honest with you, I was not even well, but then I felt that I owe it to the Student Society to come and explain to you our thought processes. Before I answer that question, I think educators go through a major dilemma as to how do we balance things. I'm sure industry parties also face similar problems, but I mean, for most of the industries, or if not all, it's either adopt or perish. It's simple. In our case, I'm not telling theirs, the job, the work they do is simple, but the thought process, there is no choice. When it comes to education, of course, the impact is a lagged impact. It takes some time for whatever you do to come out. And then, sometimes when you do something based on what you see, couple of years, you don't have to go even that far. At the pace at which things are moving so fast, by the time that set of people go out and try to use something of whatever the knowledge they would have gained, everything is outdated, right? So there is a huge, huge challenge for us. So when we started this process, we actually started 1 year back in terms of the new CA curriculum. Firstly, we had to get a lot of people out of this mindset of developing a curriculum is taking the old subjects, old content, and remixing it. And maybe sprinkle a bit of the new stuff that is there, and you have a new curriculum. So first thing that we actually did was we actually listened to industry people. I met Hasita personally, we met few other people personally. And then we had roundtables, we had discussions, we had debates. So part of our job is, when I say ours, the educator's job, is to obviously listen, observe, and understand. So that addresses this question of, we don't come into this curriculum development or content development with a view of, we know what is needed. We do not know. And even the ones who think they know, things are moving so fast, that knowledge would be outdated. I think Hasita touched based on that, the need to have that open-mindedness. Now, once we do that, we've listened, we've observed, we've understood, but all that we see from our eyes. But then a curriculum, what we put out, there are structural limitations. It takes time to approve. It takes time to develop the pilot papers. It takes time to develop the study text. It takes time for students to come out of the rigorous qualification requirements that are there. And by the time they come out, right, it's a different setup. So whatever we observe, learn, understand, then we need to see things from our mind. We need to envision things, right? And even when we envision, then the issue would be to what extent you want to be robust, to what extent you want to be changing things, right? And there's where, again, you will have to listen to stakeholders to understand how best can we structure things. But let me take a small detour and explain to you what has happened over time in certain countries. Of course, you would have heard some of our past governments were talking about the need to give tabs to our students, right? Obviously, there is huge merit on that. And if that happened, how things would have turned, no one knows, because it never happened, right? Obviously, COVID would have made it a compulsory requirement to use certain smart devices, but not a planned story, so maybe we wouldn't have achieved what we wanted. But if you look at countries like, say, Australia, where about 10 plus years back they realized devices are key, smart devices are key, smart device-based learning is key. So they made a critical decision to bring in smart devices into classroom. This was 10 plus years back, right? And now when you look back, and there are new reports coming out that suggest, right, they've now faced one of the worst language crises, numeric crisis, right? And they are now in certain states, they are bringing smart devices into school. Some of you may have even heard the celebrated Silicon Valley executives, their kids go to schools that smart devices are banned. To what extent that is true or not, I don't know. It's based on whatever I have read, right? What I'm trying to tell you, the challenge that we as educators have is that if you jump into something too fast, right, there's a possibility the consequences can also be very bad. And if you don't jump in too fast, there will always be the accusation of we are laid back. We are against change. So how do you manage all of this? One of our biggest challenges, right? From there, we also then looked at, of course, CA Sri Lanka is a major feeder to the world as for chartered accountants, right? Here, the accounting fraternity is very strong, and I think in the region, that's a no, right? Now, in this, when we look to develop things, we were thinking, of course, these industrial revolutions, you have different tags. You have the 3.0 that talked about automation and efficiencies. So what was the role there? Managing that automation probably, and managing and getting the desired efficiency. And then industrial 4.0, which is what we are talking here, right? Probably it is leading digitalization, leading the management of use of data, right? And then there is this talk of industrial 5.0, right? And then what's that about? People are talking about the need to collaborate with AI, co-evolve, co-value create, and more need of humans to come on board, right? Now, when you look from a Sri Lankan and a regional context, we also need to identify, of course, world is talking about a 5.0, 4.0 mostly being talked. Where are we, right? Are we at 4, 4.5 or 3.5? Because there's a large population of our students, whether we like it or not, who will go into SMEs. We have to cater to that requirement also, right? So one of the things that we did with all these debates, right, we definitely realize, and more from a philosophical point of view from educators, when you look at history, yes, you have to adopt. You do not adopt, you will die. You look at civilizations, you look at societies, you look at kingdoms, kings, that had been throughout the case. But just because you adopt, also you may not survive. You have to adopt and make sure you have a competitive advantage out of that. And without that human competitive advantage, we may now die not because there's an attack from a neighboring kingdom. There's an attack from the technology that we ourselves had created. Because we've not used that technology to develop our competitive advantage. So from an educator's viewpoint, a lot of angles that we had to look at. I wanted you to understand the kind of complications that are involved when you try to balance. Because the easiest way would have been to forget about financial accounting, management accounting, audit assurance, low tax, and bring all the new technologies and teach people, right? Then the problem, as I told you, with our experience and what we have seen and heard, how do we balance all this, pluses and minuses? So one of the things that we did was, we knew if CAs into the future, if they are going to survive, thrive, and have a competitive advantage, right? There are three things that they will have to look into, obviously. One, digital, other, data, other, sustainable and governance. Now, none of those are new also when you look at curriculums, globally or locally. But then we had to identify in preparing our students from where they are and what we see now to the future, the need to collaborate, co-evolve, co-value create. So what we did was we looked at the main trusted elements of CA Sri Lanka. Financial accounting, management accounting, audit assurance, taxation and law. And then we looked at with each of those key disciplines and their topics, where can we co-evolve, co-value create with digital, data, sustainability and governance. This was no easy task, right? And we ask our students to look at all of this, right? To get our own who developed and execute and operate, to reimagine things, to see where the connectivities are, to see where we can really create a value addition and embed them into the trusted disciplines that we are so used to. It took so much of time, right? So to answer Nishani's question, how did we actually manage to bring all of this? We are in no illusion that we are beyond a certain point. We look at certain industries, we feel we are probably at 3.5 even, not even 4. Certain industries obviously around 4.5, even more, right? And then how do we balance all of that? To understand, education systems are very well-oiled systems over time. That is also something I want to tell. Whilst there will be people who will say, no, let's disrupt. Yes, it is already disrupted. Will we even have jobs the way we are having? Definitely no. Right? I'm not against change, but I'm against unplanned change. Right? Whilst it is very difficult to plan things with the level of disruptions that are going on, what best we can do is to create the base enough so that any disruption, they could be anchored in solid foundation to manage those disruptions, right? That's what you see in the new CA curriculum. Thank you.
All right, that's really great. That means the students may be ready. They will ready with whatever the change it happens through the curriculum to face up and the scope up with all those changes happening in the environment.
Just to answer that, it's not just the changes that is already happening. It is to ensure that they could tackle and thrive in further changes.
Future as well, whatever that happens in the environment.
Exactly.
Okay. With that, I think if the audience do have any questions or clarifications, we would like to open the floor also, if you have anything. Maybe the comment from SAFA delegates, if you do have. Okay, till they get ready, I will move to Bhanuka again. Bhanuka, we talked about maybe the strategies as well as a change and all sort of. Just wanted to ask from you, what are some innovative strategies that you have applied in your, maybe the organization Surge Global, to stay ahead in this challenging landscape? I would say maybe the Industry 4.0, the landscape. Maybe with your experience, if you can elaborate it a bit.
Yeah, so so that's a really difficult one, and it's a very interesting question, because I think the place where we don't want to be as an organization is to try to predict the future. I think it's a dangerous balance to say or have an understanding this is the way that the world is heading, and therefore we want to prepare for that. The role that we play is very specifically not to be too early, not to be late, but to kind of be on time. So understanding the application layer of any of the businesses to be able to use the right tools and technology is really kind of the objective that we follow. So take a business that is currently doing some sort of kind of traditional type of endeavor, right? Be it so I mean, one of the biggest sectors that we work in is actually education. We work with the majority of the tier 1 and tier 2 universities in the US to help them with their student enrollment. And when you look at the student enrollment journey, the journey historically has been kind of dicey. It has been physical spaces, it has been seminars and events where students then kind of meet, talk, engage. With COVID, there was a massive transition towards moving those seminars from physical spaces towards virtual environments. And as of today, helping build tools that students can understand the curriculum, understand or be able to engage with counselors more effectively, and building that infrastructure and the tooling is really the role that we play. So what we try to do is take a look at the world around us, take a look at the technology around us, and see if there is a better, easier, and a simpler way of doing things. There's a philosophical stance that I really enjoy called Occam's razor. And Occam's razor dictates that the best solution to any given problem is often the most simplest solution. And when we get hired by any of our clients, the objective is to look for what that solution is in order to make that implementation. It may not be bleeding edge, we may not be ahead of the curve, but we'll be at that right kind of value proposition where we are able to show significant results, and that is through really just the implication or the implementation of technology that is somewhat even readily available today, because you'd be surprised and shocked. We talk about all these things around AI and movement and technology and software eating the world and all of that. But the number of businesses, even these giant Fortune 500 companies, are so fragmented and siloed in their operations. They have very little contextual understanding of their own business. So being able to, it's kind of like going to someone who's trying to do math. They have a calculator, but they just don't use it. And reminding them that, hey, if you press those buttons, this happens, is ironically a big part of what we do.
All right. Thank you, Bhanuka. With that, I think I would like to move maybe towards challenges. Tivanka, from the audit and assurance aspect, when we are adopting these technologies with this Industry 4.0, what are the main challenges that you have experienced?
Yeah, obviously, I think with the democratization of Gen AI tools, ensuring our staff don't place client data is a big factor. So we keep training our staff, creating awareness of the need to protect that trust, but also to take advantage of what we have internally available to them as well. So we are fortunate that globally we have investments that are being made on behalf of us, and there are teams working to improve the way we work. So yeah, cost is, I think, a barrier sometimes when it comes to developing these tools, to tools that we can use responsibly and ethically, respecting the data confidentiality. But saying that, I think we do have locally the expertise as well to develop some of these things. And I think even for local firms, if the will is there, I think definitely collaboratively they should be able to come up with solutions to address and take advantage of what is out there. The other aspect, obviously, is that the pace of change is so significant that sometimes you come up with an idea and then there are better ways of doing it 6 months down the line. So we do see even the versions of the tools and the platforms we use, what used to change maybe once in 5 years, then became once in 2 years, once a year, now it's every 6 months. So the ability to actually not only learn, adapt, but also to fully utilize what is available out there is also a big thing. I mean, you see a lot of programs where people are saying, ChatGPT can be used in much more effective ways than just asking a basic question. So the tools are there, but are we actually maximizing what it's used for?
All right, thank you. Tivanka, stemming from that, I would like to ask from Hasita, do you see any opportunities to the organization as well as maybe to individuals because of this revolution, Industry 4.0?
Yeah, definitely. I think opportunities are at large. Obviously, there have been over the years, one by one, been explored, and some of the benefits have been taken as well. So one of the key things, like I said before, is when you're looking at creating a product, right? I'll just take a couple of examples to share with all of you. Creating a product, the traditional way of creating, let's say, apparel product, as you know, our buyers are maybe in US or in Europe, somewhere far away. So you have the factory here, there's a small, you call it a sample room, where you have few machines and few people creating a small sample that need to go in. So traditionally the samples were created in Sri Lanka, and then they will be either couriered mostly or aired to the buyers, and they will look at it, they will find some positives, negatives, and send it back. But in the last few years, the technology has evolved that we can now do it digitally, digital sampling, which we have certain softwares called Browseware and few other softwares that we use. So we don't necessarily create that hard cloth or the garment, but instead what we do is we create it in a digital platform. So live, then we will, while in Sri Lanka, the designers from our side create it. There is the designers who are seated with, let's say, our customers, our brands, who are seated in New York, and they're looking at it live, and they're coming back to you and saying, hey, make this change. So live, while you're online, you can make those changes and bring probably a 80-90% successful product, and then maybe you share that. Obviously, before you go to market, everybody will want to check. So it's not that it's just going to the market just like that, but at least you can get a 70, 80-90% accurate product, which you can do digitally and complete into that aspect. Now today what's also happening is, on top of that, is some of these information data and analytics that we have been bringing together are bringing in inputs to improve the product standards, going beyond the humans and saying, guess what, if you do it this way, this will be the added improvements that you can bring in. So that's being thrown out by the artificial intelligence, which is embedded in the software, and that helps to create a better product. So that's a clear opportunity that has come in. But like everybody else said, what it has also done is it has democratized the whole system, which means that your competitive advantage sometimes might go off. So the challenge that comes with it is that maybe if you buy the software, if you have the money to buy the software, right, good 70-80% of things are now kind of getting standardized. So your uniqueness has to be thought through a bit differently now. So likewise, one opportunity will step in, and that will create a challenge on the other side. But what is important is that that cycle should keep going. I just gave one example so that all of you can understand where you can grab that opportunity, and also you should protect on the other side to say that this will not be like something which will give you a competitive advantage for too long unless you keep rethinking and re-innovating what is coming new. So that's the good and the bad side of things, but ultimately it's about staying ahead.
Yes, thank you. I think we discussed about the challenges as well as the opportunities, as well as the rapid change in this technological era. I just wanted to ask from you, Doctor, you are from the university system, from University of California. As educators, how can the educators lead the way in adopting this rapid technological change?
I think in my previous explanation also, I was explaining the challenges. I'll give you another example. Yesterday I was in an interview board. I had about 20-odd students coming in for an interview to recruit assistant lecturers. Now in my department, we have a degree. In fact, we have 3 different degrees. We have a marketing management degree, we have a digital marketing degree, and we have a marketing analytics degree. Now that itself shows that we have been evolving over time. So the digital marketing degree came good 7 years back, about 5 years back, right? I still remember when we were looking to develop, I don't know whether that party would be listening to this by any chance, if it is live beaming. Nothing against, but the one who was heading the digital marketing subject at that time when we were trying to develop the degree, he was telling, all that I can do is develop one module, which also, if you want, I can deliver in 30 minutes. Not a degree program, right? So we had to actually dissect different subjects and understand where the digital intervention comes, and then start developing a larger curriculum out of it. So likewise now marketing analytics that we have introduced. And then 10 plus years back, we also realized that students learn subjects in silos, and they need to see that in real world when they work. Today I do accounting, tomorrow I do marketing, afternoon I do IT. No, nothing like that happens. Everything works together. And how do we get them to see? We felt bringing in SAP University Alliance programs and then develop a diploma in ERP, and in addition to the degree offer that would allow them to see how the different functions will operate together. So we have been offering this for the last 10 odd years. So let me come back to where I started. So this girl who was there, she works in one of the major companies currently. So we were asking, why are you trying to come into academia, right? And she was telling, you know, as a girl, this would be good. My parents are also telling this is good and all that, right? So then we were asking few more questions. So I asked from her, we have 2 diplomas actually. One is diploma in ERP, which is co-branded and co-developed and delivered with SAP University Alliance program. We also have a diploma in people skills, which is the soft skills part, which we deliver with Unilever and Nestle being part of the delivery, right? So there's a lot of opportunity for them. Now I asked from her, have you done these 2? And she said, no. Now she has a first class, right? She had done some chartered accounting program also, right? But what is there that would have really opened her eyes to see things differently? She did not. So I asked from her, why is it that you did not take up? Then her answer was, you know, sir, now only when I went to the company, I realized they are using SAP and I need SAP. I didn't realize I will need SAP at that time when I was doing my degree. That is why I didn't take it up. Right? Then the answer from me was, we bring so many industry people every semester and get them to tell you why you need it. And she was still telling, yes, I accept, but it didn't really penetrate into me. Right? So I think for students, what I want to give as advice, if you want to take it like that, from an academic viewpoint, we are developing, we are evolving. Yes, there may be a lagged impact, right? As I told you, it is a lot to do with structural limitations also, right? You cannot just introduce a program without learning outcomes. You cannot just introduce a program without testing mechanisms. You cannot just introduce a program without delivery mechanisms. It takes some time. And maybe I'm trying to give excuses. I'm not. We've realized that we need to be much more fast, and we are trying. Maybe not the best, but we are trying. But I think the real advice comes from the fact that as with this democratization of things, it is there available. In the old days, the teacher needs to come and then the knowledge will get created. There is no teacher now needed. And teachers, we are scared about our jobs, to be honest with you. That is why we are trying to change. Into the future, you will see AI agents coming in for each of your subjects. And we are currently developing those. Right? And it will customize and deliver things to you. We are already working with few vendors from CS Sri Lanka's viewpoint. Right? However, what is provided and available to you, whether you are open to grab that, there is a question. That is why I brought that example. Right? If you really think, we have had an IT pillar for a very long time. We have had a communication soft skills pillar for a very long time. When I interview students as part of the new curriculum development, most remark simply as, it's there, we'll do it, but it's not our core. So what's core, what's not core or non-core is also a question, right? What was seen as soft skills may no longer be soft skills. Now they are more hard and power skills. And what was seen as hard skills, the technical ones, it's a matter of typing in ChatGPT. And that is now, in that virtue, it is soft now, if you think from that line. So things are changing. Things are very fast changing, and you have a lot of opportunities. It's a matter of changing the mindset also, whether you want to grab. Right? From educators' viewpoint, we've already realized we are a bit late to the party, and we are trying to rectify those. Right? But with a very cautious approach, to be honest with you, stemming from the experience we've seen globally.
All right, that's really great. I think we have discussed about so many challenges, changes when it comes to the Industry 4.0. I would like to ask from Talal, from the economic perspective, how do global economic trends influence the Sri Lanka? We can maybe talk about the South Asian region as well, especially in this context, the Industry 4.0 area.
Thank you. Whatever happens in the globe is definitely going to have an effect on Sri Lanka for sure. But just to give a context of where Sri Lanka is, we have to make changes, as we all know, just to give a briefing on the economic side, because by 28, most of our loan repayments will start. And at the same time, if we don't become competitive and increase our reserves to pay back, we will be in a bit of a trouble. So that is where the situation is. So Sri Lanka needs to change. But at the same time, when it comes to global trends, things are not going well because of the whole the trade war that's on one end. And the effects that are coming out of it. For example, the US putting huge tariffs. That also means that many other countries are going to tighten their exports. So here again, Sri Lanka faces the challenge. But internally, how are we going to embrace the change? For example, if you look at the AI race, it was mostly at the beginning a one-horse race by the US, and then China. For a certain period, it was a two-horse race, and it still is. But after the US tried to make sure that the big tech companies were more nationalistic or putting America first, then we saw a statement from the European Union saying that they are going to have their AI of their own. And then the Indian Prime Minister saying in 6 months they're going to create, I think, a blueprint for their own version of AI. So we are getting into a world where it's very fragmented. So Sri Lanka is going to find it very difficult to find its way. Like Bhanuka said, it's very difficult to predict where we are going to. But what we can do is get things in our front adjusted, the correct reforms. As I mentioned, something on the economic side, the education side, the reforms, those have to be done. And especially working on areas like intellectual property. So that is another key area where Sri Lanka has to make the correct changes. So with that, what I also want to say is that, especially when you're asking about South Asia, what we find is the type of trade is also changing. For example, here when we look at things like let me give you an example. If you look at the US and Apple and Foxconn, the manufacturing is done by Foxconn. Like almost 70% of Apple products are manufactured by Foxconn. Apple almost does no manufacturing. It only does marketing, designing as a whole. But if you look at Apple, it's a $3 trillion company. Almost hit 3 trillion. Now it's come down after the Trump tariffs. But Foxconn still at 60 billion. So Apple is 50 times more valuable than Foxconn, even though Foxconn manufactures everything. So that kind of shows where the trend is. So here again, as far as walking into the future, how is Sri Lanka going to go into? Is it going to go into the manufacturing part where there is the lowest amount of value addition, or are we going to embrace other areas like the designing parts, the marketing, those where it's much more lucrative? See, that's why if you look at the United States, with just 350 million people, it has a much larger economy than China, almost 1.5 times, even though China has over 1 billion people. So here again, that's the question. How can Sri Lanka embrace that part? With that, I'll leave it. But something came to my mind. I forgot. I'll get back later.
All right. With that, I think we have discussed so many things up to now. It's the time for you to get things clarified. If you have any questions to ask from the panelists, they are ready to answer all your questions. Can we get mics? She's bringing the mic. There's a question, it seems. Just after that, I'll get back to you. Thank you so much.
I have 2 questions. Sri Lanka is still in the process of fully embracing the 4th industrial revolution. What strategies and realistic steps can country take to transition into 5th industrial revolution, where human-centric innovation and advanced technology coverage? My second question is, and how can we effectively overcome barriers like limited infrastructure, policy challenges, and skills gaps to ensure an inclusive, future-ready transformation?
Who would like to answer that question?
I'll start with the second part of that question, if that's all right.
Okay.
So unfortunately, the problem with technology is that there are kind of three key pillars that Sri Lanka needs to fix before any of these things can be sorted out, right? I think the one is we need access to electricity. The country does not have a complete layer of infrastructure where everyone can turn on a device. That's a problem. I think two, we need connectivity in the form of internet so that there's enough ability for the 20 million people to communicate, because if you look at the way technology is moving, it is now becoming a byproduct of communication. If you can't communicate, then there's another issue. And then the third one is language. If we are trying to communicate with the rest of the world, we need to focus on kind of primary languages such as English, so that you have the ability to talk to your customers, you have the ability to talk to your partners in different parts of the world. And I think fundamentally, until we figure out how to solve those three things, as a country, you will have pockets of development in small areas, but you're not going to see a level of transformation that allows us to change. And like you kind of correctly put it, it requires a level of policy consistency, which, I mean, it's not a thing that any one of us on this stage can answer, but the responsibility falls onto a different group of people. But I think that's a really big issue in terms of getting us to that starting point, let alone completing that transformation.
So the point I missed on the previous one was what I wanted to say is regional integration. So that's another key area with so much change going about in the world. Sri Lanka as a small nation is too, what can I say, we have very limited resources to move around. So what we need is more integration with the rest of the region, especially South Asia. Because what we find is one important stat about South Asia when compared to the rest of the world is that we are the region with the least amount of trade. Only about 6% average trade within ourselves. Even sub-Saharan Africa, it's around 22%. So what we see is the biggest opportunity would be India to our north. So India is $4 trillion economy at the moment. They're growing very much faster. Soon they will be a $10 trillion economy, and set to be the third largest economy in the world. So when you have India in the north and their IT infrastructure and sectors are booming. So this is where Sri Lanka can get a spot in. Like if we can find some of the niches there and plug in, I think that would be Sri Lanka's golden opportunity. And the second point is, I think as far as embracing change goes, we also just one point is that if you look at, we like to compare ourselves with give examples of Singapore and Dubai. But a feature about Dubai or Singapore is that they allow human capital to come in. Where there are shortages, people from other countries who have the skills are allowed to come in. So Sri Lanka should be also open to allowing people from other countries to come in, especially in sectors where we don't have the necessary skills. I think those are the two key factors.
Sorry. One point from an education point of view, currently there is a DBA student with me. She is actually researching on sustainability learnings, transformation into real sustainability action at workplace. And then what we are trying to get at is sustainability learning and what is sustainability to all the bigger concepts and all that. In the accounting qualifications, those had been there for a very long time. From early 2000s onwards, there had been learning outcomes, topics on sustainability learning, triple bottom line to whatnot. But do we see that really getting transfer into actual effort and work at workplace is a question. So there's a middle part of, there is this behavioral change that needs to happen, the behavioral aspects that comes into play, attitudes to the norms to whatnot. So maybe, I think to facilitate this transformation, obviously behavioral aspects you cannot change from bottom to top. From the top to bottom, there needs to be a very planned effort so that the middle vacuum is bridged, right? We'll have always learning happening on new things. And at the other end, there'll be always new fast things running that people will have to adopt to. But there is a middle part where that conversion is lagging. So that conversion part, obviously at policy level to concerted effort to lot of angles will have to come into play. But as what Bhanuka said, we will not be able to make that call. But there is definitely a need in that middle part.
All right, thank you. Doctor, I think we have other question as well. Yeah.
Right. So my question is for Mr. Hasita. So Mr. Hasita, with all these changes that have been taking place, what skills do you believe that are essential for a future chartered accountant, especially someone who's planning on joining leading companies such as Brandix?
Yeah, I think most of the skills were spoken about in different pieces, but I will probably put that together. So one of the primary aspects that will be required is while you're open to technology, open to look at artificial intelligence and look at how we are building things up. As a chartered accountant or as a finance professional, I think what is most important is to see how you are making an impact on the business. That's what you need to start thinking about. How are you making an impact on the business? So first thing is to make an impact on the business, you need to understand the business. You can't say that I'm an accountant and I know my debit credit and that's it, right? So you have to go beyond the debit credits, you need to go beyond the curriculum and you need to understand the business, which probably you need to be on the floor, on the ground, mingle with the people, get on with what's going on around and understand the business. So that's the first thing, right? The second thing is for your hunger to make that impact in a such a way that you bring people together and probably consolidate things in a such a way that it will ultimately add value to the shareholders or the stakeholders, let me put it that way, right? So when you talk about adding value to the shareholders, so if you're talking about as a finance professional improving profitability, which is ultimately the whole objective of the business, right? Key objective of the business, you have to make sure that you become that custodian of change, driving that change and making sure that people around you, be it the, your colleagues in the organization, be it the customers, be it the suppliers, be it any of the other stakeholders in the community, understand what are the implications of your actions to the bottom line of the business. And I think as a finance professional, you have to go beyond to make that impact, because most of the time what we have seen is that finance professionals tend to be taking a backward role, more of a supporting role, right? In an organization as opposed to enabling, taking an enabling role. I call it an enabling role because you have to enable, you need to know the business, you have to make that impact and the change together. So my request to all of you is that as you get in, all the skills we have spoken about, right? So I don't want to repeat about your curriculum, as it Sugit has already done a good job on that. So you have a good curriculum in hand, right? Then you have all the artificial intelligence, the technologies, chat GPTs, you can go there and bring all of them, read around, consolidate, bring that together. But what will really make the change is how you approach it in that organization. When you join the organization, first understand the business. Second thing, understand the stakeholder expectations. And the third thing is bring those stakeholder expectations together, consolidate, and see how to drive that value ultimately. And your job should not stop at just reporting. Your job should go beyond reporting to educate and ensure that people understand what that's going to be, which means that a lot has to come from your side to explain things, articulate things, and also have a lot of soft skills that are needed to build that together. So those are the little things I would say that will make the change.
Just a tiny thing to add on, like when everything slowly becomes a commodity, the competitive advantage you have over everyone else is being creative and expressive, right? So if you have ideas and opinions, regardless of what silo you work in, you should be able to communicate that with your peers and leadership and help drive the organization forward, because the companies of the future will expect that, and I think that's going to be what sets them apart from everyone else.
Okay. I think it's about value creation and playing the role of enabler in the future when it comes to the chartered accountants. Other parts will be looking after maybe with the AI and the automation. Okay. I think you have any questions from that
Namaste
end?
everyone. Yeah. I'm Divas Adhikari from Nepal. This side. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay.
To your right. Extreme right.
Sure. With the light, we can't see you properly, but
okay,
still
it's
you can
okay.
continue.
This Industrial Revolution 4.0 comes with a lot of positive transformation, but on the contrary, it requires significant cost, investment, research and development. And since most of the economies are derived also by the small and medium-sized enterprises, how can those SMEs ensure that they go along with the large enterprises in this digital revolution and considering all the financial and other implications? And what could be the role of us experts and professionals in this digital transformation of small and medium-sized enterprises? Thank you.
I'll answer firstly from an education point of view. Now, when we develop curriculums, we develop layered curriculums. So there are different layers. Now, if you look at the new CA curriculum, we have 3 motivations: trusted, strategic, storyteller. So those are the motivations in which we operate. So like what Hasita and others touch base: trusted part, strategic part, storyteller part, and each of these different aspects that were talked were brought into that. But at the same time, we realized that from a qualification standpoint, that, as I said before, a lot of our students move into SME. A lot of our middle level who wouldn't, for different reasons, wouldn't complete fully, they will need the exit routes. So when we developed our different levels, the first level and the second level are completely catered to SME requirements. And we really build up the larger multinational requirements in the final levels. So from an education point of view, we've identified at the first level, second level, that also depending on the SME sizes, these are the roles and this should be the content within which you will have digital data sustainability governance also inbuilt. So from an education point of view, there is a lot of effort on that. From a more industry viewpoint, of course, my friends around me should be able to answer better.
Look, I mean, from a technology point of view, one of the main advantages of being a smaller player is your ability to change. The larger businesses that have spent billions of dollars building large-scale infrastructure and workflows, they are significantly restricted in their ability to re-engineer those processes. So if as you know, all of these things are changing so dramatically, the smaller businesses, the SMEs, actually have a competitive advantage above those bigger players from the ability to change, greater than the cost savings that the bigger players have from just kind of the economies of scale. And also from a cost basis, what we've seen when technology changes that have happened over these years is that it's actually incredibly inexpensive for the smaller players to take advantage of that technology, because technology, even from a pricing perspective, is designed to be inexpensive for the early adopters and inexpensive for those that are non-enterprise type consumers. So from a business point of view, I think the technological shift will be significantly more advantageous to the SME sector overall.
Just to add on to that, I think a small company being ultimately large companies are evolving from small and medium-sized companies, right? No company will suddenly overnight start as a large company. So one thing that you also have to keep in mind is that as you evolve from a small to medium to large scale, in the new world, probably you should not forget some of the concerns that come with that scaling up, because you build up from a small scale, you have the agility, right? You have the flexibility. Then you grow up, then you lose that agility because you have invested into large scale infrastructure and maybe created platforms that are not so flexible. So one of the answers to that today. If you look at, for example, how Amazon operates, right? Now, Amazon is an organization where they continue to promote, while it's a massive, large-scale organization, continue to promote the small divisions to run with that flexibility being given and the authority and autonomy being given to run as a kind of a startup or a smaller size company. So I think it's a good learning for growing companies who are growing from being a small to a medium to a large, that you should not lose that autonomy, flexibility, and that empowerment, because that will continue to be a differentiating factor as you progress in this dynamic environment.
I would also like to add something here. I think one of the, perhaps especially in our region, the greatest inhibitor would be the lack of awareness of how to actually, what are the opportunities available and how do you go about it. So I think especially for the SMEs, I think that I feel is an inhibitor, and I think creating that awareness and knowing where to find the opportunities to find solutions to their problems is something that SMEs should also work on, and also maybe from a national perspective also awareness programs as well.
I think we have come to the timeout as well. Anyway, since you wanted to ask the question first, I will give you the opportunity. Yeah. Yes, can hear. Okay.
Question is with regards to embracing the opportunity. I get out the way of look how accidentally get India as a people going to one side of the corporate project, and how that led to the alliance and meeting service transfer. Maybe for a moment, in an accounting perspective, as a strategic accounting advisor, would like to ask this question: how did that embracing opportunity, or embracing that change, or embracing or putting yourself into that mindset, put you in finance?
So, look at that. I think the way I look at it is that I'm open to any and all opportunities, because if you don't look for it, you're not going to find it. And the relationships that we've built from just having conversations with people has probably been the bedrock of the business that we've built. This year, we are trying, we're not a very large firm. This year, we're probably going to do about $15 to $20 million in revenue. From that 20 mil, about 10 has been generated from random conversations we've had with people, and there we've said, yes, okay. To take the Richard Branson opportunity, we met this client in Australia who we've been building an app with, who said, hey, look, we're having this event at NECA, why don't you come and join us? The really interesting thing for us is that, even more than spending the time with Richard, who is a phenomenal person, and is the other group of people that were there. So we met 30 to 40 other founders that run all sorts of businesses around the world, from retail to healthcare to weapons technology, and being able to work with those founders, not because you have some sort of strategic advantage, or not because you are kind of this, you have some special sauce that no one else has. It's just that there are individuals in a room that enjoy spending time together. One of our investors really gave me this one piece of advice, which I hold really dear to me while building this business, and I kind of live and die by that now. And he, sat me down in a room one day, and he said, Bhanuka, there are 2 ways to make money. One is to do it with people you enjoy spending your time with, and then the alternative is to do it with people you don't enjoy spending your time with. And if you are, in any of those scenarios, if you have the luxury of choice, to choose wisely. And I think that is probably how we've approached our client selection criteria. Every time we look at it, we look at people that we enjoy spending time with, people we get along, and it allows us to build stronger and greater relationships. And at the same time, when we work with clients, we don't like what we have informally within the organization is what we call an asshole tax, where we price higher so that we don't end up winning that client. And I think culturally, it's important to understand that all of these opportunities around us are literally just people and conversations and relationships you build along the way. And they're just human beings like you and I. So if you can find people that you like, I can guarantee you your career is going to be significantly better, faster, and you'll have much stronger outsized returns than you trying to work for the sake of working. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I think with that, we have to conclude our panel discussion since the time's up. The message is clear. I think the future will be shaped by how wisely we embrace this innovation, inclusion, and responsibility. Let's not stop what we have talked today. Let's take it forward and act upon it. Let's transform our mindsets and to transcend the boundaries. With that, thank you so much, distinguished panelists, as well as our engaged audience. To everyone who committed to bring this panel discussion a success. Special thanks should go to the Student Society President, Vice President, Secretary, as well as the conference chair for their immense work to bring this conference a success. I wish you all the very best. Let's continue this journey together. Thank you all.
Insightful and thought-provoking discussion we just witnessed. I think from the audience, the questions that we got is the mere proof of it. A heartfelt thank you goes to the distinguished panelists for sharing their knowledge, experiences, and perspectives with us today.
As a small token of appreciation for your time and invaluable contribution, we would now like to invite the General Secretary of CS Student Society, Tilna Pinsara, to join us on a stage to present the token of appreciation to our expert panelists.
Starting off, to our moderator, Ms. Nishani Pereira.
Next, Mr. Bhanuka Harishandra. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give a round of applause?
Next, Mr. Hasitha Premaratna.
Dr. Sukat Patabendige.
And we give another round of applause to Dr. Sukit Patabendige.
Mr. Talal Rafi.
Time to capture a group picture of the panelist and our moderator. Shall we all join for a group picture? exciting discussion, we conclude the second session.
But don't go too far, and it's time for a well-deserved lunch break.
Please be back by 2 p.m. sharp, and we have a lot more in store for you.
Please also make sure to take your ticket where you will receive your own buffet experience. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. See you at 2 p.m. sharp.
At Aberdeen, work is more than what we do. It's how we come together as a team. Through group-wide collaborations, we build connections and celebrate teamwork. It's not just a competition. It's about unity and building a sense of belonging. Our culture is about balance. We work hard, but we also know how to have fun. From company retreats to game nights, we make sure to take time to recharge and connect beyond the office. Flexibility is key here at Aberdeen. Our work environment allows us to manage our schedules in ways that make sense for both our work and personal life. It's this blend of collaboration, balance and flexibility that makes Aberdeen not just a place to work, but a place to grow. At Aberdeen, we don't just work together, we grow together.
Our life is not about a long journey to the end of time. It's about the collective legacy of all the little moments, the big and the small, daunting and hopeful, as we wade through seconds of every day, collecting snapshots to weave the tapestry of our story, celebrating life in all its glory, writing the story of where we came from and where we're going. For our land, our people, what we do today matters. Every choice leading us to a new chapter, every act inspiring the next generation, cultivating traditions with fairness and nurturing our connections with empathy. The legacy of life is about sharing these moments, taking the flavors of our home to the world, becoming a fragrant catalyst for global partnerships, giving power to joy that transcends borders and cultures, enabling new experiences to become epiphanies and living our truth as one with the earth. Life is about the legacy of these moments, believing in the magic of nature, alive in our soil, our rains and our hands that make life possible.
අපිට මේ කතාව ඉවර වෙන විදිය වෙනස් කරන්න පුළුවන්. හැබැයි ඒක තියෙන්නේ අපේ අතින්. එහෙනම් අපිට හරි දේ කරන්න වෙනවා. ඒෂියා ඇසෙට් ෆයිනෑන්ස් හෙටට 8ක් එක්ක එකතු වෙලා හරි දේ කරන්න පටන් ගමු. ව්‍යාපෘති 8ක් ශ්‍රී ලංකාව පුරා සිදු කිරීමට අපි සූදානම්. පාරිසරික හා සමාජීය වෙනසකට හා සුන්දර ශ්‍රී ලංකාවක් බිහි කිරීමට ඔබත් අදම ඒෂියා ඇසෙට් ෆයිනෑන්ස් හා ක්ලීන් ශ්‍රී ලංකා හෙටට 8ක් වැඩසටහනත් සමග එකතු වෙන්න. ඒෂියා ඇසෙට් ෆයිනෑන්ස්.
At EdgeConnect, we're focused. With an ever-changing world come goals that are ever-shifting in tandem with the fast-paced nature of it all. At the center of our universe is an integral component that we believe has shaped the values our business is founded on. Our vision since our inception 7 years ago still stands true today. Our expertise lies in tailor-making world-class solutions founded on carefully thought-out strategies and experience in multiple fields to achieve optimal results. At the heart of what we do is passion for excellence, and we believe that igniting that spark in our team calls for taking into account that we are as different as we are all equal. Ours is a culture that opens doors for those seeking to achieve their fullest potential while striking a balance between work and life. We are future-focused. This isn't a mere place of work, but a home away from home, where empathy and mutual respect prevail, and leadership inspires instead of constraints. In spite of the challenges on the road ahead, our focus is on making a plural world. The many and not the one remain our emotion. We believe work shouldn't be a chore, but an incubator of dreams for the ambitious. Today we stand proud with many accolades to our name that speak for themselves. Our greatest asset, a resilient team, playing to the different strengths they each bring to the table. We are proof that amazing things can happen when you're focused on what matters. And that's what we believe makes a good workplace great. We love our workplace at EdgeConnect.
බානක වෙහිකල් එකේ ඇක්සිඩන්ට් වුණා කිව්වා නේද?
ඔව් වාහනේට පොඩ්ඩක් ඩැමේජ් වුණා තමයි. හැබැයි ඒක ලොකු අවුලක් වුණේ නැහැ සර්. මොකද මම පුරුදු විදිහටම අපේ හොට්ලයින් එකට කෝල් එකක් ගත්තා. ඒගොල්ලෝ වෙලසෙන් බලලා. ඉතින් මට වැඩිපුර විනාඩියක්වත් විතර ඉන්නුනේ නෑ.
ඒකනේ අපි කෝල් ඇන්ඩ් ගෝ කියන්නේ. කෝල් එක ගත්තා අපි ගමන ගියා.
People's Insurance දිරිය තෑට විරිය වන්නට.
Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know I can fly, I can go home. Today I got a million tomorrow. Anywhere I flew. Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know I can fly, I can go long. Today I got a million tomorrow. I don't know. Stop crying like you're home. Think about the show. We all play in the same game, laying down alone. We're unknown and wrong. Special when I come. Hate will make a cautious, love will make it glow. Make me feel the glow. It's waiting in the story. It's waiting on the walls. This is so cool. We rise and we fall. Dancing in the moonlight. Don't go home. Decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know I can fly, I can go long. Today I got a million, tomorrow I don't know. Make me feel the warmth, make me feel the glow. It's written in the story, it's written on the walls. This is our goal, we rise and we fall. Dancing in the moonlight, don't be decisions as I go to anywhere I flow. Sometimes I believe, at times I wish you know I can fly, I can go long. Today I got a million, tomorrow make me feel the glow. It's written in the story, it's written on the walls. This is our goal, we rise and we fall. Dancing in the moonlight, don't go home. Sí, sabes que yo estoy afundado mirándote. Tengo que bailar contigo hoy. Vi que tu mirada ya estaba llamándome. Muéstrame el camino que yo voy. Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal. Me voy acercando y voy armando el plan. Solo que han pasado si hace el abuso. Ya me está costando más de lo normal. Todos mis sentidos están pidiendo más. Esto hay que tomarlo sin ningún apuro. Despacito, quiero respirar tu cuello despacito. Deja que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes al oído para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero exhibirte besos despacito, pulmones, paredes de tu laberinto, estar tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito. Oh, quiero vibrar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo, quiero soñar en mi boca, los lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus ondas de peligro, haz tu provocar tus gritos y que vives tu pedido. Despacito. Tú eres el imán y yo soy el metal. Me voy acercando y voy armando el plan. Solo con pasados y acelerar el pulso. Ya me está costando más de lo normal. Todos mis sentidos están pidiendo más. Hasta que tomarlo sin ningún apuro. Despacito, quiero respirar tu tío despacito. Para que te diga cosas al oído, para que te acuerdes si no estás conmigo. Despacito, quiero desnudarte de esos despacito. Como las paredes de tu laberinto, hacerlo tu cuerpo todo un manuscrito. Oh, quiero vibrar tu pelo, quiero ser tu ritmo, quiero soñar en mi boca, los lugares favoritos. Déjame sobrepasar tus ondas de peligro, haz tu provocar tus gritos y que vives tu pedido. Despacito. There's a girl, but I let her get away. It's all my fault, 'cause I got in the way. And I'd be lying if I said that was okay. About that girl, don't wanna let get away. I keep saying no, this can't be the way that we're supposed to be. I keep saying no, there's gotta be a way to get too close to me. Now I know you got that figure. If you want somebody, can't let her get away. Oh no, you don't wanna end up sorry. The way that I'm feeling every day. No, 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 no. There's no hope for the broken heart. No, 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 no. There's no hope for the broken. There's a girl, but I let her get away. It's my fault, 'cause I said I needed space. I've been torturing myself night and day about that girl, don't wanna let get away. I keep saying no, this can't be the way that we're supposed to be. I keep saying no, there's gotta be a way to get, there's gotta be a way to get you close to me. You gotta speak up if you want somebody, can't let her get away. Oh no, you don't wanna end up sorry. The way that I'm feeling every day. No, 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 no. There's no hope for the broken heart. No home for me, no home 'cause I'm broken, no room to breathe, and I got no one to blame. No home for me, no home 'cause I'm broken. About that girl, don't wanna let get away. So you better stay alive, can't let it get away. Oh no, you don't wanna end up sorry. The way that I'm feeling every day. No, 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 no. There's no hope for a broken heart. No, 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 no. There's no hope for a broken heart. I don't wanna lose that love. It's only gonna hurt too much. And tell ya, you don't wanna lose that love. It's only going down. I'm yelling timber, you better move, you better dance. Let's make a night you won't remember. I'll be the one you won't how did we get here?
yourself why so caught up. Better if we do this on our own. Before I love you, na na na, gonna leave you, na na na. Before I'm someone you leave behind and break your heart so you don't break mine. Before I love you, na na na, gonna leave you, na na na. Even if I'm not here to stay, I still want your heart.
Not trying to be in there, not trying to be cool, just trying to be in this. Tell me, are you too? Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too. And I wanna see the sunrise and your sins, just me and you. Light it on the run. Let's make. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. Down the rapids to find a wave that fits. Can you feel where the wind is? Can you feel it through all of the windows inside this room? Cause I wanna touch you, baby, and I wanna feel you too. And I wanna see the sunrise and your sins, just me and you. Light it on the run. Let's make. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll hold you when things go wrong. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. Could get love to your body. So only you that can stop it. Got it love to your body. But you'll never be alone. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm right here. Hold you when things go wrong. dawn. Baby, I'm waiting. I'll be with you from dusk till dawn. Baby, I'm waiting. Hello, hello, can you hear me as I scream your name? Hello, hello, do you need me before I fade away? Is this some place that I call home to find what I've become? Walk along the path I know. Deep in the dark, I don't need the light. There's a ghost inside me. It all belongs to the other side. We live, we love, we ride. Hello, hello, I believed you. How can I forget? Is this some place that I call home to find what I've become? Walk along the path I know. Deep in the dark, I don't need the light. There's a ghost inside me. It all belongs
tell where the journey ends, but I know where it starts. They tell me I'm too young to understand. They say I'm caught up in a dream. Life will pass me by if I don't open up my eyes. And that's fine by me. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. I tried carrying the weight of the world, but I only have two hands. I hope I get the chance to travel the world, but I don't have any plans. I wish that I could stay forever this young, not afraid to close my eyes. Oh, life's a game made for everyone, and love is a prize. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. So wake me up when it's all over, when I'm wiser and I'm older. All this time I was finding myself, and I didn't know I was lost. 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 So wake me up when it's all over.
So long that I haven't seen your face. I'm trying to be strong, but the strength I have is washing away. It won't be long before I get you by my side. And just hold you, tease you, squeeze you, tell me what's been on my mind. I wanna make up right now.
Guys, please kindly note that the second session will be sharply started at 2:30. So we'll appreciate it if all seated and settled by then.
Wish we never broke up. We need to let go. Girl, I know mistakes were made between us two. Can we show our eyes that night? Let's have some things I want you. wanna make up right now. Wish we never broke up right now. You need to make up right now. I wanna make up right now. I wanna make up right now. Wish we never broke up. We need to make up. I want you to fly with me. I miss how you lie with me. Just wish you could die with me. The one that'll cry with me, yeah. Need you right now, right now. Ooh, I wanna make up right now. I wanna make up right now.
Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. Ooh. And everybody's watching her, but she's looking at this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. Who knows why it's gotta be this way? Baby, this is what you came for. Lightning strikes every time she moves. Ooh, and everybody's watching her, but she's looking at me. And everybody's watching her. I ain't worried about nothing, I ain't worried about nada. You're sitting pretty impatient, girl, I know you gotta put them in hours, baby, make it harder. You're sending pick after picture, girl, give me fire. You know I'm always on the night shift, and you can stand these nights alone. Yeah, you don't need no explanation, 'cause baby, all the boys at home. I ain't gotta go work, but I gotta put in work. I ain't gotta go to work,
You don't need no explanation, 'cause baby,